Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Let's try one more time. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. We've got a full house this evening for our last meeting of 2023. The December 14th meeting is now called to order. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to everyone who's joining us, whether that be in person or virtually. The purpose of this meeting is to inform our parents, staff, and constituents about the work aligned with our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to innovate, serve, and lead. The interpreters for tonight are Marta Romo Igile. Excuse me, I'm so used to reading that. The interpreters for tonight are Marty Ramirez and Vanessa Pena Ramirez. Thank you all for taking the time to join us. The next item on our agenda is a moment of silence as we're getting ready to go into the holiday season. We hope that everyone has rest and some peace over this break. We also know that there continues to be turmoil in our world, and let's hold those things together as we have this moment of silence. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is celebrations. Well, welcome, Ms. Cooper.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Mabanga, fellow DPS colleagues, families, and the Durham community. It is a continual honor to address you as we come together to applaud the achievements of Durham Public Schools. Our district, marked by the remarkable accomplishments of our exceptional students and staff, stands as a testament to our collective dedication to excellence and our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to innovate, serve, and lead. While this may be expected for those familiar with our community, the recognition of these outstanding individuals tonight will undoubtedly reaffirm the extraordinary caliber of talent within our midst. First, we will recognize the December Student of the Month, followed by our Teacher and Employee of the Month honors. We will conclude this month's celebrations with DPS Spark Pen presentations. Please welcome Dr. Gloria Woods Weeks, Principal of Riverside High School, to present our December Student of the Month. This is Mr. Seth Stallings, not Dr. Gloria Woods Weeks, Riverside High School.
Thank you. I noticed the meeting's 3 hours. I'll only take half of that for Layla. I am Seth Stallings, Project Lead the Way teacher at Riverside High School. And it's a privilege and honor to introduce our December Durham Public School Student of the Month. As her teacher, I've watched this young person develop socially, emotionally, and academically over the course of her high school career. She has impressed me and the rest of the faculty as one of the finest young individuals at our school. When I think of Layla Perez, my first thought is of selfless service. I'll give you a glimpse of what I have seen every day since Layla came into Riverside as part of our Project Lead the Way engineering magnet. She has graced my doors 3 times now, maybe another one coming in the spring, and I'm better for her presence. My teaching philosophy is the same as my business philosophy was in my prior career, and that is to give your people lots of freedom and let them flourish. Some people are uncomfortable with that. Layla flourishes. I first got to know the fiber of her in digital electronics, where she produced flawless work. Layla may not know this, but I don't always do keys. I figure out who my top students are, compare their answers, and if they agree, then I roll with it. Layla was my key for digital electronics 2022-23. I went right down to the P's and said, looks good to me, let's roll. Her analytical ability is at the highest level, but her helpful nature sets her apart from other strong students. It was common for her to hear from me, Layla, come figure out why the circuit's not working. Layla, help so-and-so. Layla. I expect she wakes up in the middle of the night sometimes and says, Mr. Stallings is calling me, one of those nightmare moments. She never, not once, complained, rolled her eyes, or acted or as if she was bothered. She's the most caring, helpful, and compassionate student I have taught in recent years. Layla does not single out her impact in our magnet program, though. Her achievements are remarkable, Awards are numerous and community service impeccable for an honor roll high school student. She is co-officer and co-founder of Riverside's Asian American Student Association. She is a member of Riverside Student Government Association. She's a member of the Environmental Club, an integral part of our new chapter of the Society of Women Engineers, and a member of both the National Honor Society and the National Technical Honor Society. Outside of school, she volunteers at the local food bank in Durham. The extracurricular activity that Layla is most involved in and most passionate about is dance. She's been a company and competitive dancer for 9 years at Nina School of Dance. Layla enjoys the challenge of learning a variety of dance styles as she continues to strengthen her dance abilities. She won an Artist Simply Human Apprentice Full Dance Scholarship in February of this year after auditioning at their convention. Layla continues to give back to her community while pursuing her passion. One of her studio showcases, Multiple Choices for the Children Jazz Show, requires each company member each dancer to raise a minimum of $400 that will be donated to the Duke Children's Hospital. During the summer before this, her senior year, she attended Governor's School for Dance, which she considers to be one of her top achievements. She even auditioned for her spot with a sprained ankle. I attended the Governor's School recital, and Layla stood out in the impressive group of dancers. My son is a dancer, and though it's definitely not my area of expertise, after seeing hundreds of competition, one develops an eye. The Governor's School choreographer knew where their strong dancers were, and it was clear that Layla was given the technically difficult parts because of her extraordinary abilities. Layla's humble, and she would say, "That's not true," but it is. She's clearly incredibly talented, and she was a standout on the dance floor at Governor's School. Upon graduation, Layla has options, as would be no surprise. She is looking at North Carolina State, perhaps majoring in textile engineering, industrial design at App State, and maybe electrical engineering at UNC Charlotte. She may pursue a minor in dance, I hope she does, and she also plans to obtain her master's degree. Whichever school is lucky enough to land Layla will be doing their institution and their student body a great service. Layla will be a positive force on campus. Watch for Layla Perez in the news. You're gonna see her. Please join me in congratulating our DPS Student of the Month, Miss Layla Perez.
What an impressive resume you have, Layla. Congratulations. We are so thrilled to acknowledge you tonight publicly. And with this public celebration of how amazing you are, we have a few things that we'd like to present to you tonight. So please come forward. First, we have your official DPS Student of the Month certificate. We have a DPS Spark Pin, and these are presented to individuals who epitomize what it means to represent Durham Public Schools. We hope that you will wear this proudly. We have some friends over at Triangle E-Cycling, and when they heard about you, they wanted to make sure that they knew that you knew that they were supporting you 100%, regardless of where your endeavors take you. So they'd like for you to have this laptop tonight. And now, please welcome Dr. Chris Soto, Director of School-Based Wellbeing for the Durham Public Schools Foundation, for a special presentation.
That was amazing, and it makes me humble to be sitting here and sharing this award with you. The Durham Public Schools Foundation is dedicated to supporting and championing our DPS students, families, and staff. We are proud ongoing sponsors of the DPS Teacher of the Year program, DPS Building Services Employee of the Year program, the Appreciation Celebration, the DPS Convocation, and beginning this school year, the DPS Student of the Month program. The DPS Foundation believes that every child deserves well-funded, community-centered public schools, rich in materials, human resources, and programming that supports the development of the whole child. We fight for those schools day in and day out in partnership with DPS, and we raise funds to do that work and to distribute those efforts. DPS sees our Student of the Month as an example of our Durham community and what happens when a combination of resources reach students, families, and school staff. We want to support your continued growth, Leila, And we hope that you will use this $500 gift card to further your educational passions, whether they are academic, art-based, college, or moving into the workforce. We are very proud of you, and we are proud of Durham Public Schools.
At this time, Layla, we'd like for you to step forward to take a photo with Dr. Pascal Mabenga, our superintendent. And we'd like your family to come and take that photo with you, and then you'll be congratulated by our board. Please welcome Michelle Hayes, Executive Director of Talent Acquisition and Employee Recognition, for our Teacher and Employee of the Month presentations.
Good evening, Chairman Umstead, members of the board, Dr. Mabenga, and cabinet members. The theme for our December Teacher and Employee of the Month is inclusivity. This is the individual who ensures everyone feels welcome, valued, and respected, no matter who they are or where they come from. Imagine your school or department where everyone is invited and treated fairly regardless of their background, race, gender, or beliefs. Our Teacher of the Month is sponsored by North Carolina Central University's tennis program, the Tau Psi chapter of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, and DCL Consulting LLC. And our Employee of the Month is sponsored by the Office of Human Resources. We're going to recognize our Teacher of the Month first, then our employee. Our December Teacher of the Month is Joy Mason, first through third grade teacher at George Watts Montessori School. Ms. Mason is a model of inclusivity in all areas. She is constantly looking for opportunities to learn about equitable and culturally responsive teaching practices. But beyond that, her classroom is a model of social, emotional, and community learning. As a Montessori classroom teacher, Ms. Mason approaches her classroom community as a guide and a facilitator for both independence and interdependence. Students are explicitly taught to use the peace corner 4 times when they need to address both internal conflict and emotionally regulate, as well as time of external conflict with a peer. Students are confident in their abilities to talk about conflict and navigate resolution. Ms. Mason is a consistent problem solver, ensuring students with disabilities are able to engage and grow in the community. Outside of the classroom, Ms. Mason also leads in inclusive practices. She facilitated a splash session this summer, sharing Montessori practices for classroom management and community development with more broad teacher community. Ms. Mason also serves on the Teacher Leadership Committee, implementing a grant-funded Rainbow Club, providing a safe space for students to talk about identity issues, and creating inclusive spaces for all, including gender and LGBTQ individuals and families. Let's congratulate Joy Mason for being named Durham Public Schools December Teacher of the Month. You also get a Spark pen. Coach Lawson is not available to be here tonight, but he did present her an award at her school the other day. Our December Employee of the Month is Michelle Herrera Garcia, Family Liaison from Glenn Elementary School. Michelle Herrera Garcia has proudly served as Glenn's School Family Liaison since 2022. A former student from Glenn, she is passionate, positive, and patient as she serves our school community every day and frequently on nights and weekends too. Last year, Ms. Herrera Garcia led efforts to build our school's family center while ensuring clear communication and support to all Glenn's family. As a member of the school's attendance team, she is passionate about students attending school every day. Being bilingual, she never hesitates to help interpret for our Spanish-speaking families, students, and community members, and ensures that all documents families receive are accessible to families whose first language is not English. Beyond her daily work, Ms. Herrera Garcia is always ready to lend a helping hand, whether that means covering an extra duty so a classroom teacher can have a short break, helping with home visits to support our families, providing resources to our school community, and establishing partnerships. Ms. Herrera Garcia seems to do it all and more. Last year, she led the planning and implementation of our school's Hispanic Heritage Celebration. To say it was a success is an understatement. Hundreds of families attended to enjoy a local cuisine, food truck meals, and desserts from our families, see students and teachers perform traditional dances and music, and learn about what students have been studying across content areas in celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month. It was easily Glenn's most successful family night ever, and we hope to build on it next year. When asked why Ms. Herrera Garcia wanted to become an educator at Glenn, she said, "I wanted to advocate for our students, and I love working with our families. And I want to be able to provide support to each student, just like my teachers did for me when I was at Glenn." Ms. Herrera Garcia does all that and more. We are grateful she is on the Glenn's team. Once again, congratulations to Ms. Michelle Herrera Garcia for being named Durham Public Schools December Employee of the Month. She also gets a spark pen.
Que venga la familia, por favor, acérquense y yo le agarro el teléfono, ¿ok?
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our teacher and employee of the month. Tonight's Spark Pen recipients come from all corners of our DPS and Durham community. Each has played an important role in shaping young lives and our district. Our first Spark Pen recipient is presented to Sherrod Washington in DPS's Transportation Department. Mr. Washington is one of the first faces our students see in the morning, as he is one of our dedicated bus drivers. On the morning of November 9th, after completing his route, Mr. Washington jumped into action in a different capacity. He was the substitute teacher in a fourth grade classroom. This was observed by our Chief of Schools, Dr. Stacy Stewart, as she conducted a school improvement plan walkthrough visit. Dr. Stewart said that it was amazing to watch how he engaged his students and how excited they were to participate in the lesson, noting that their hands popped up like popcorn to be selected to read and share responses. Mr. Washington proudly exhibits his commitment to our students, and we know he is making a positive impact in scholars' lives. Thank you, Mr. Washington, and congratulations.
Are you the family? Is this your family, Doctor? Come on over, family. Yes. You're shaking my hand. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Our next recipient is Meredith Mooney in DPS's Research and Accountability Department. She is considered a thought partner and problem solver among her fellow RNA colleagues. Her invaluable support within the department has a direct impact on our students and central office staff departments. Ms. Mooney's knowledge and expertise paired with her caring spirit and can-do attitude is appreciated and felt by all. Executive Director for Research and Accountability, Dr. Al Royster, said, Ms. Mooney ignites, supports, and advocates for our DPS students and is the true definition of the word spark. Thank you for all you do, Ms. Mooney. Congratulations. Heidi Perez, DPS's Secondary Literacy Integration Specialist, is our next Spark Pin recipient. In addition to her role in curriculum and instruction, Ms. Perez works tirelessly to coordinate large district events for teachers. One of those events was the back-to-school kickoff for all secondary teachers, which was held in August. I know several of us are aware of what it takes to launch a new school year. Ms. Perez took on the role of organizing a fun-filled day that included professional development sessions, a community partner fair, and a mini food truck rodeo for nearly 1,500 teachers. Dr. Linda Tagurian, DPS's Executive Director of K-12 Curriculum and Instruction, said that it was an amazing start to the school year. This would not be possible without her unwavering dedication and commitment to our staff. Thank you and congratulations, Ms. Perez. Durham and DPS are so very fortunate to have community organizations that understand the critical role they play in the success of our students. It takes a village, and Dr. Wanda Boone has been part of our village for many years. She is the founder and CEO of Together for Resilient Youth, or TRI. TRI has served our community since 1992 and expanded in 2012, serving our state and beyond. The organization promotes health, wellness, and safety for all by using the public health model to address underlying adverse experiences that often result in behavioral health challenges. Our strategic plan prioritizes the social and emotional well-being of our school communities and emphasizes the importance of whole child development. We appreciate the support she has provided over the years that has allowed us to better serve our students and families. We salute you and your advocacy. Dr. Boone, thank you and congratulations. Our final presentation is a bit of a surprise and certainly bittersweet. One of this colleague's signatures was his ability to disarm and make people feel heard and welcome. His professional development opened with connection before content to give participants a chance to get to know each other before they got down to work. If he called or visited one of his colleagues, he'd always ask, "How are you doing?" before sharing his question or thoughts. And he laughed as hard as he worked. That work ethic and his ability to educate in a manner that encourages people to reflect is what we celebrate tonight. Dr. Daniel Kelvin Bullock has served this district greatly for more than 17 years as a teacher and administrator. While with us, he has positively impacted students, families, colleagues, and outside organizations. He exudes leadership in a way that makes it easy for others to follow him. His trailblazing equity platform within the district has created safe spaces for critical conversations and constructive friction, both of which are necessary for any positive change to take place. Dr. Bullock's leadership continues to align with the DPS strategic plan, and his personal work goal is to always push others in the same capacity and deliver exceptional customer service to every single Durham Public Schools stakeholder. The DPS Spark Pin is hereby presented to Dr. Daniel Kelvin Bullock for the spark he ignites in DPS and the city of Durham. Thank you, Dr. Bullock, and congratulations. This concludes our celebrations for the evening.
There were so many wonderful celebrations from staff to students. Dr. Bullock will definitely be missed as the first inaugural equity director in our district. So we're really sad to see him go, but we know that his impact will be felt for many, many years to come. The next item on our agenda is our superintendent's update. I'm going to pass it over to you, Dr. Mabenga.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, and the Durham Public School community. Thank you for the opportunity to share how our students and staff continue to amaze us with their achievement. DPS annual showcase of school was a rousing success with families from across Durham joining us at Durham Convention Center on Saturday, November 18th, learn about every school and program in our district. We received many thanks from parents, caregivers, community members. We appreciated our one-stop shop for learning and getting their questions answered. Our school are hosting tours now through January for families to visit and experience what our schools have to offer. Last week, DPS received an invitation from NCDPI Office of Advanced Learning and Gifted Education in recognition of our efforts to broaden student access and successful participation in advanced courses. DPS data for 2023 exams reflect a 24% increase of exam taken and 24.8 increase in qualifying scores, higher than our district pre-COVID data. In addition, our broadening access with success is reflected in increased participation in AP courses and an increase in qualifying scores with significant increases among students of color. Thank you to Laura Parrott, Director of Advanced Academics, for your leadership in this area. DPS is actively recruiting qualified staff to fill vacancies. Our approach to international candidates continues to garner results. I'm happy to report that we have signed 17 teachers from Jamaica who will join us next school year. Tonight, I would like to acknowledge two dynamic DPS leaders who will be departing from us next year. So I'm gonna start with Kevin Bullock, as you heard tonight. Kevin Bullock has been really the pioneer of equity work in our district. Even though he's leaving us today, the work will continue, but the person that will follow him by the footprint of Dr. Bullock will remain forever. Dr. Bullock, you have served us really well. We started from scratch. I remember my time when I came to DPS, it was just a PowerPoint presentation that you presented. From that point, you were able to build up the work, going from definition of what equity means, policies, and the PD that came along to impact all our staff. You'll be missed, and I heard your comment, you'll still be around. Tonight, I would also like to acknowledge, I will call him my friend, Dr. Dan Davis, that has been here with us for 6 years. Dr. Davis has served us as assistant superintendent for at one point secondary education, then it was transferred to high school only. I met Dr. Davis when he was coming from New Mexico. We worked together at DPI, and then he left us, he went to HCOM, then finally came here to join us. The way Dr. Davis is going to be reminded or be remembered is being able to build a culture of collaboration among high school principals. During his tenure, Dr. Davis has been able to work with our principals, and 3 of those principals has been named DPS Principal of the Year. I will cite Dr. Tobias, Ms. Taylor, and Dr. Logan, who has been named recently. You all will be missed, both of you, but DPS will always be a part of your family. As the superintendent of Durham Public Schools, ensuring the safety and well-being of our students and staff is my most foremost priority. We are committed to providing secure and nurturing environments that fosters optimal learning environments. Our comprehensive safety protocols are regularly reviewed and updated to align with the latest best practices, ensuring that our schools remain at the forefront of safety standards. These include ongoing collaboration with local law enforcement and regular safety drills. We recognize the importance of cultivating a culture of awareness and responsibility within our school community. It's through the combined efforts of our dedicated staff, engaged parents, and vigilant students that we can create an environment where everyone feels safe, valued, and ready to excel academically and personally. We remain unwavering in our commitment to maintaining the highest standard of safety in all DPS, empowering our students to strive in a secure and supportive educational setting. As we approach the winter break, I want to extend my warmest wishes to our students, families, and dedicated staff of Durham Public Schools. May this holiday season bring joy, relaxation, and cherished moment spent with your loved one. Thank you for your hard work and commitment throughout the year. I look forward to our continued success in the upcoming year. Madam Chair, board members, community members, these conclude my remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Mabenga. What a really rich superintendent's update. The next item on the agenda is our agenda review and approval.
A second.
The agenda is it's been moved by Ms. Valladares, seconded by Ms. Lewis. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, I hear some ayes behind me. And those opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is the monthly meeting stated November 16th, 2023.
Move approval of the November minutes.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Rogers. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please use the same sign. Passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is general public comments. Before we get started, I'll do a review of the rules. First, please state your name, and if you're speaking for an organization, state your name and the name of the organization. Second, speakers, we're going to ask you to present your comments within 2 minutes. We have 22 speakers signed up tonight, so we are going to limit it to 2 minutes, and that is within our policy. When the yellow light comes on, you'll have 1 minute left to start winding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, which indicates your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of students, or to the operation of the school system. Finally, board members will listen carefully and will consider your comments, but we do not engage in a discussion with speakers. I'll also add, I know many of you might have had longer comments, that you can email the Board of Education if you would like to share. That's B as in boy, O as in, I can't think of something right off the top of my, Omar, thank you. E as in education at dpsnc.net. BOE at dpsnc.net. Our first speaker will be Millie Rosen, followed by Chad Urban. And if I mispronounce your names, please correct me when you come to the podium.
I've been called Rosin a lot. Hi, everybody. Am I good to start? My name is Millie Rosen. I'm a 7th grade math teacher at DSA. I've taught here for 10 years. I'm not speaking for an organization. I know I usually do. I'm here to speak about 2 things: support for queer staff and students and the new DSA plan. Generally, I think the LGBTQ task force is making good strides. I encourage the board to keep DPS moving forward. We need to set an example of inclusion and support for everyone in DPS, regardless of the backwardness of our state leaders. As the GSA advisor at my school, I can say that middle and high school kids are following the state laws that are passed and pay attention to whether our local leaders push back or not, and they very much appreciate when they do. One suggestion I have in this vein is to maybe vet our PD speakers a little more carefully. The speaker at the Southern Kickoff this year, who led the middle school equity session, said something, I'm paraphrasing, but it was to the effect of, we may not all agree with it, but we just have to keep it inside and be nice to each other in regards to homophobia and what you were taught. I think as a district, we can do better than that. And I say that not as a complaint, but as a suggestion. One resource I found really helpful in talking to people about this is called the Riddle Homophobia Scale. It's worth a Google. Can really help you understand the levels and where tolerance falls, which is actually pretty low. The other topic I'm here for is the new DSA building plans. I'm concerned for the reasons a lot of my colleagues are going to share in a minute. The main issue is that staff were nominally involved in the planning, but very little of our input was even considered or applied, to the point of, as we're going to explain, doing exactly the opposite of some things that classroom teachers know and voiced multiple times as best practices for doing our job well. I'd like to point out a specific issue as a middle school teacher. I'm 7th grade. So stakeholders, including staff, were misinformed and told that middle and high school students would not share spaces. Stakeholders were told that the bell schedule would be different, so they would not be in the hallway at the same time. This is not true. All day in our current situation, our 7th and 8th grade students are on the same schedule as 9th through 12th, and for the last 3 periods, 6th graders are too. It's not developmentally appropriate for 6th grade and 12th grade students to be sharing hall space and bathrooms throughout the majority of the day. Currently, they're in separate buildings, so we're able to do that. Is that my minute?
That
Oh,
is,
that's my time?
that's your
Okay.
time.
All right.
Thanks, Millie.
Thank you.
Next, we have Chad Irvin, followed by Joseph Keever and Kimberly Gugino. Y'all feel free to come on up and be ready to roll.
All right, thank you. So my name is Chad Irvin. I'm a social studies teacher of 13 years at DSA, parent of 2 future Durham Public Schools children, and a voter and a taxpayer. And I want to talk about the new DSA, and not speaking for any organization as well. But so the new DSA plan as it currently stands is consuming a large amount of taxpayer money and resources. It's way over budget from the original projections years ago. A lot of this is due to inflation and rising interest rates, which is obviously not anyone's fault here and out of our control. However, how we respond to these changing situations is within the board's control. Stakeholders in our community want to make sure resources and taxpayer money are used wisely and equitably. With the cost of constructing the new DSA currently so large, it's worth asking about, should this project be done right now, and what alternatives may be out there, especially if the new DSA the community is getting for such a high price is a facility that's arguably not going to function properly. This begs This begs the question that what alternatives are out there. Despite what we hear, there are currently proposals and plans available to the board to renovate the current DSA facility at much lower cost to the taxpayer. These plans would alleviate the current issues the new DSA project is facing at half of the cost and provide the space needed for arts and academics at DSA. If a better solution presents itself that is reasonable and way less expensive than the new DSA plan, let's make a smart decision, not just stick with the same plan just because that's what was originally decided a few years ago. Is it possible that district leadership wants to build a new DSA on a different site because they currently have their own plans for the old DSA location? Yes, one current proposed plan for the old DSA location has spent $35 million of taxpayer money as of board meeting November 2021 to renovate the old DSA to build district leadership some new central office space. So my question is, how is spending these millions to build the new central office suite student-centered or even equitable to any other school that money could be spent on? And so we're advocating for the board to vote no to the plan for the new DSA as it stands. From our perspective, these options moving forward are to first and foremost reconsider. Is that the end? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for hearing from us. I'm Joseph Keever. I am at DSA as well. This is my 5th year at Durham Public Schools, 17 years in North Carolina. And I'm talking about some of the concerns for the classroom allotment as they stand for the new DSA right now. So right now we are currently at 111 classrooms, and we are doing a lot of classroom sharing and floating, which in a 100-year-old building, understandable. But we have the ability right now to plan for there not to only be enough classrooms for the current teachers there, but as our motto says for DPS, grow together. We want to grow, and our enrollment's going to go up. We want that. We want, more students. We want more teachers. And so it'd be really nice to not only have enough classrooms for the teachers we have now, but also for how we hope to grow. And I think it's serendipitous that Dr. Bullock was here tonight, because my job is to kind of paint a picture of how important it is to have that classroom space. One of the things, one of the really great advantages of having your own classroom is, number one, as soon as the kids leave, I make my second cup of coffee. Then you have PLC meetings. You have students come in for tutoring and retakes and for separate settings for students with 504s and IEPs, and that is all part of the equity plan. And when I came to DPS 5 years ago and knew that equity was one of the focuses, that was so exciting. And that is just something that we use the classrooms for. And I don't see how we're going to be able to do that with the classroom allotment as it stands right now. And also, we want to keep recruiting. As you were mentioning, Dr. Mbenga, we want to keep recruiting great teachers. And as a teacher, this is one of the first questions I asked in my interview here was, will I have a classroom? It's how I get to know the students around the school. I can tell you kids' names in the hallways that I've never even taught in a class, because I stand out in the hallway between class changes, meeting people, asking how they're doing, asking their names. It saves classroom time because I don't have to spend 10 minutes at the beginning of class and 10 minutes at the end of class setting up and breaking down. So thank you.
Thank you. After Ms. Kimberly, we'll have John Hodges Koppel, followed by Lawrence Isaacs.
All right, good evening. Kim Gugino, teacher librarian at Durham School of the Arts. And I'm going to be the closer for my previous 2 colleagues since their time was cut a little bit short. I think all of our concerns have been shared with everybody on the board.
So I know that you are already aware of the fact that one of our concerns is that there is only one cafeteria in this space. It is not developmentally appropriate for middle school and high school students to be eating in the same space. We've been told not to worry about it because it can serve 500 to 600 students. This just isn't going to work. I know that details have been sent to the board in email. I hope that you take a look at that or have taken a look at that and will consider that. What my colleagues before me have not had an opportunity to say that I want to make sure they do is that we are advocating for the board to vote on a no plan for the new DSA as it stands. We want you to first and foremost reconsider the viability of renovating the current downtown campus at a much lower cost. If not, provide the additional funding needed for a fourth floor so there will be adequate space, or hold off on the current plan and redesign a functional space that will increase involvement from all with increased involvement from all stakeholders. And I would like to see the rest of my time to John Copel.
Do we have that keeping track of time, Ms. Smith? Okay. 1 second before we get started. After John Hodges Couple, while we're waiting, we'll have Lawrence Isaacs, followed by Danielle Hamilton and Cecilia Polanco.
Great, thank you. I'm John Hodges
Hold
Couple.
on. Oh, you're good.
Oh.
Yep, there. Sorry.
Okay,
Mhm.
okay, again. I'm John Hodges Koppel. Thank you for the opportunity to come talk with you again about the 2022 school bond projects and the role that DSA plays in being able to achieve those projects. I want to reiterate my appreciation to both the board and the staff. You're clearly very hardworking and care deeply. I've met or talked with many of you, and the staff have carved out time to listen. I also want to stress that no one has made a wrong decision in the past. We make decisions based on what we know at the time, and it's hard for leaders to pause and reconsider decisions when conditions change. But now that we know those changed conditions and that there is a practical option to address the more than $100 million gap in the funding for schools our citizens were told they would get, we owe it to them to verify the validity of that option so that we make an informed decision for Durham. I believe even more strongly than before that DPS should take a brief pause to take a thoughtful, balanced, community-engaged look at the only two practical options we have. The first, to continue with the Move DSA option with the financing available, which will mean deferring some of the elementary schools and further delaying other projects on your CIP. Or move forward with the elementary schools while devoting a set amount of funding, maybe $100 million less than the new DSA will cost, for a major improvement at the current campus, focusing on 5 elements, mostly involving new, modern, purpose-built construction. And I'll email those details to you later. The improved DSA option is 5 straightforward steps, not the overly costly, complex, and time-consuming renovation option you have seen in the past. Totaling up those 5 steps, I am pretty certain you can have a $140 million budget, more than you spent on the new Northern High School, but $100 million less than it will take you to build a new DSA. Both the Move DSA and Improved DSA options have pros and cons, so they should be looked at in a quick, balanced, transparent way with true community engagement. Please pause briefly. Please look at this seriously. Please support the elementary schools. Please engage all of the community over the next 3 months to choose which path is best for all of Durham. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Lawrence Isaacs. I am a DPS parent and a DPS teacher. I've taught 6th grade social studies at Durham School of the Arts for the past 17 years, and my daughter has attended DPS schools for her entire career. I mention all this because I see the construction of the new DSA from multiple points of view as taxpayer, constituent, parent, and educator. And from all of these perspectives, the new DSA project, as it will be presented to you this evening, falls short of our district's own strategic goals and short of the promises made to the Durham community when they were asked to support the bond issues funding this and other DPS projects. Many speakers here tonight will explain in greater detail the shortcomings in classrooms, studio space, support for exceptional children, cafeteria, media center, athletic facilities, and more. I would like to focus on shortcomings in funding. Durham School of the Arts is 2 schools in one, and in some ways 3, a comprehensive middle school, a comprehensive high school, and a School of the Arts as well. Unfortunately, all of the planning and design process to date reflects the misperception that DSA is only a traditional high school. One need look only as far as one of the slides of cost comparisons that you'll see in a presentation later this evening. With the exception of one hypothetical Wake County school cited in that data, the new DSA project has been compared to only other high schools. Yes, the DSA project costs exceed those other proposed schools by as much as $40 million. However, you must consider that getting a new middle school along with a new high school is essentially a 2-for-1 deal. DSA and community stakeholders have been told several times that adding more space to accommodate future growth would increase costs. But there is no way that DPS could construct a state-of-the-art middle school anywhere in Durham for the difference between the proposed schools, comparative schools from other districts. Yet, with a modest increase in overall funding, this is exactly what the board would be getting.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Cecilia Polanco. I'm here. The organization I'm with is Pupusas for Education. We're a community-based organization out of East Durham, where I live and grew up. I'm an alumni of Durham Public Schools. I graduated from Northern 2011. And I'm here to support the work and the presentation of the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force that I was able to be a part of. Through P4E, we do mental health retreats for students in Durham Public School students. And one of the biggest things we're seeing there that students need is attention. They need the undivided attention of multiple adults. So for them needing that attention, I'm curious how we can get more alumni and community engagement in our schools. For example, I do the work that I do because I care about Durham Public Schools. I care and I'm proud that I'm a DPS alum. I don't have children in Durham Public Schools at the moment, but I care about my neighbors who go to DPS. So I would love to see how we can deepen relationships through alumni and community engagements, things like mental health retreats and other engagements. I would love to see that youth can identify 5 adults that they trust and feel they can go to. Likewise, adults ask ourselves, are we in relationship with 5 youth who we support? Do you have 5 adults who support you? Because we need those networks of support for each other. Along with that, I also want to uplift things happening around restorative practices in our schools. Wherever it's working, that's great. I'm worried about where it's not working, where restorative practices is really just ISS by another name. Students are being moved into the room and restorative practices are not happening. That's where I'm concerned. I'm concerned because those are the students who probably need us the most, need that most attention. With that, if there's any data that we can bring to the community so youth understand the numbers about themselves and hold community sense-making sessions together so we can understand what's going on and plan the solutions together. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you go, I'm going to go ahead and read the next couple names. We have Jordan Watson, Jaheim France, Alex Adrian. All right.
Good evening. My name is Danielle Hamilton. I'm a teacher at DSA, a parent of a DPS student, a taxpayer, and an active voter. I'd like to talk about the new DSA and the design as currently planned. When the architects make their presentation to you, they are going to say that our school will have a capacity for over 2,000 students. They'll show you how they multiplied the 108 instructional units by 25 students, found an 85% utilization rate, and give you a nice number. Unfortunately, that formula may work for a traditional comprehensive high school, but they're failing to consider that we are not a traditional comprehensive high school. We are a middle school, a high school, and a school of the arts all in one building. 27 of those instructional units are designed for only middle school students. Because of their schedule and the needs of the middle school students, middle school teachers cannot float. Their classrooms are unavailable to be shared. 40 of those instructional units are designed for arts, elective, and EC specialty programs. Not all students have access to those classrooms throughout the day because they have a specific arts pathway or are not a part of those programs. Not all teachers have access to those rooms because those spaces are designed to house the specific class that they, art that they are designed for. With our remaining 41 classrooms, DSA teachers and administrators have worked diligently to create a mock schedule for the rest of our high school academic teachers. With every department floating our maximum number of teachers, we are still short classroom space. This is not a scheduling issue. This is an issue of too few academic classrooms. We are advocating that the board vote no to the plan for the new DSA as it stands. From our perspective, the options moving forward are reconsidering the viability of the current downtown campus, providing additional funding needed for a 4th floor so that there will be an adequate number of classrooms and middle school and high school students can be separated, or thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Jaheim France, followed by Alex Adrian. I'm sorry, Jordan Watson, come on up. I apologize. I think they reversed the order before.
Hello, my name is Jordan Watson and I teach art at Durham School of the Arts. I'm also the parent of 2 students in DPS. And I'm here to speak to the plan for the new DSA building. The prospect of a new DSA is a tremendous opportunity to take our mission in academics, for excellence in academics and the arts, to a new level. The plan for the new DSA, however, does not suit our current needs and will not suit our future needs for a host of reasons. I would like to ask, what does the district want? A comprehensive middle and high school, a state-of-the-art school of the arts, a larger school to accommodate Durham's growing population? We've been promised that the new DSA will be all of these things. Bottom line is we simply can't have it all, and we know this. At our current spending ability, cuts need to be made. As the recent renderings show, those cuts to facilities and programmatic capabilities are severe. For example, I represent the visual arts, and a letter was sent to the school board earlier today explaining our concerns in detail. But so that the community may be aware, let me summarize. All visual arts classrooms are on the 2nd floor, which means no necessary access to the outside for 3D materials, for moving clay up to the 2nd floor, for using solvents, etc. There's no dedicated public-facing art gallery. There's no there's no printmaking studio. A photo and woodworking studio is too small for whole classes. There's significantly smaller storage spaces. All of these are resources that current DSA students enjoy, but they will not be available in the new design. And DSA students and parents and community members should also be aware that visual art will be on the same level as middle school. So my high school students will be sharing stairwells, bathrooms, and hallways with middle school students. We expressed these concerns and suggested solutions in early November, yet no changes have been made. We are advocating for the board to please vote no on this plan and consider first and foremost reconsidering the viability of renovating the current downtown campus. Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jaheim France, Jahiemfrance. I am a 9th grader and a freshman at DSA. What I really want to talk about, and I also represent Pupusas for Education. So what I want to talk about is that in our school system right now, kids are struggling through a lot of stuff, like how kids are getting bullied. They're not getting treated with respect by the adults. They're not listening. They're not doing anything. And I feel like that it's me as a freshman and as a student of the Durham Public Schools. It's time to actually listen to these kids, because there's kids who can't speak for themselves. So I feel like it's my responsibility to help out these kids who can't speak and who don't want to speak, to actually speak up. There is stuff in the school system like schoolwork is difficult for some kids. They get in trouble for not paying attention to class. And I don't think it's the students. I think it's some of the stuff that's going on in the school. Like the teachers are not really paying attention to the kids, or the teachers think that the kids are being this way because of their parents. No, I don't think it. I think it's the people inside of the school that's doing this to the kids. And I just want to say thank you and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming. Alex Adrian, followed by Nicolo. Sorry, Nicolo, I can't read your last name. And then Ann Sakawi Hemstreet.
Good evening. I am Alex Adrian. I use they and he pronouns. I am on the leadership team of the Rainbow Collective for Change. We are here tonight at the final opportunity to put in place policy changes related to SB 49 before the deadline set by the legislature. I recognize you have worked diligently and thoughtfully to craft policy that does the least harm while complying with North Carolina law. In my ideal world, Durham Public Schools would choose to affirm the rights and lives of all students, including LGBTQ folks, over complying with a law that will likely be proven in court to inherently violate Title IX. Passing these policies, which require parent notification of the name and pronoun changes and exclusions of lessons on gender and family structure diversity, could be the last straw for students in the throes of internal decision-making about whether living their authentic self is feasible. As an example, when policies similar to these were approved in California District, an affirming third party hired Rainbow Youth Project USA to implement a hotline for the trans students. 56 students in the district called that hotline in the first week. What can you do to minimize this harm? How does the school board ensure that no one in DPS goes beyond the law? I ask that you replace Dr. Bullock as on the task force as quickly as possible, and that you provide that support person liaison for LGBTQ students that are enumerated in policy 1735, and look to having their compensation be in the next budget. I am not blind to the differing values and opinions of the Durham community, but by pushing back on these discriminatory laws, DPS can align with their vision of embracing, educating, and empowering every student to innovate, serve, and lead. Thank you.
Do I just start? Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Nicola Roditi, and I'm the co-director of the LGBTQ Youth Center of Durham. My pronouns are they, he. And I just wanted to first give a shout out because I'm also the co-chair of the LGBTQ task force for Durham Public Schools with Dr. Bullock. And y'all are doing amazing work, right? I think that's just a good affirmation to start out. Like, I know the discussions here are being done, so thank y'all. I also want to know that like it is clear that Senate Bill 49 is in direct violation of a bunch of rights. It's a dehumanizing bill. And so if we know this, and you hear students being able to say this, you hear adults being able to say this, you hear family members, I want to just name that the things that we see that are being put as provisions into the policy go directly against actually what you all have on your website, because I'm a community psychologist. And so for me, and in my practice, it's all about questions and answers. And so my question is, if you all have on here that we need to have equity and that our students in schools deserve equitable access to the resources and opportunities they need to succeed, Durham Public Schools and the community must distribute those resources in a manner that eliminates inequities. Saying that we can't talk about gender identity until the 4th grade in any way, or talking about curricula or any sort of provision that says that we are compromising or we're putting language from the Senate bill goes against that, period. If we want to talk about other stuff, that's placating, because we're adults talking about students and youth. And so I want to say that there's another core belief of shared responsibility. So as a task force member, I don't even know who the replacement is for my co-chair. So if we have a shared responsibility, I'm in that room to do community education, but I don't have, or community engagement, but I don't have all the answers. I don't even know who is the next person to collaborate with. So then that then leads to the assumption of what are we doing to set these provisions if there's not clear communication to those even on the task force? So thank you.
Thank you, Nicolo. Next, Ann Sakawi Hemstreet, followed by, and please again, I'm trying to read handwriting and I can't do it well. Pilar will be the next person, and then followed by Madeline Roper.
Hi all. My name is Ann Sakawi Hemstreet. My pronouns are she or they. Sorry. And I am the founder and director of Rainbow Collective for Change and a queer parent of 2 young kids. I'm here tonight to reiterate how much harm SB 49 and other anti-LGBTQIA+ laws will cause our community's LGBTQIA+ youth. You know and I know that erasing diverse families and genders from the classroom, outing children to their parents and caregivers, and prohibiting trans kids from playing on sports teams that align with their gender identities causes harm and creates a hostile learning environment for LGBTQ students. It will lead to increased bullying and discrimination, depression, anxiety, and suicide. And I also recognize that you all feel like you have no choice but to comply with these laws and pass the revisions to policies 1735, 1310, and 3540. Whether or not you pass these policies, I urge you to implement the following LGBTQIA+ support strategies that have been discussed in your very own task force meetings. I noticed that these ideas did not make it into the update later in this evening, so I wanted to uplift these ideas in my public comment. Identify an LGBTQIA+ liaison or support person at every school, elementary and secondary, to provide them with the support and resources they need to support their students, LGBTQ students, educators, and families. 2, establish a reporting system that allows students, parents, and caregivers and school personnel to report discriminatory behavior and practices that violate DPS policy and Title IX. This system should allow for anonymous reporting and include more than one person on staff that reviews those reports. And 3rd, provide all schools the resources and encouragement to establish rainbow clubs and GSAs and remove any barriers that may prevent students or educators from participating in these clubs. Our kids already have to advocate for themselves too much. Please stand for them tonight. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi everyone. My name is Pilot, a trans-identifying high school senior at Jordan High School, and I am one person out of hundreds of queer students within the district. I am also the student leader of Jordan High School Spectrum Club, which assists queer students and allies in creating a safe space within our community. I grew up in Florida, where an endless amount of discriminatory laws are infesting our education system, particularly those focused on transgender children. I am no stranger to the fear that knowing that your lived experiences are controversial and that my lawmakers will rarely protect me. Coming to Durham, I was in awe of the acceptance and love that was given to me. I am endlessly grateful for the opportunity that I have to be here and feel very responsible in ensuring that my underclassmen receive the same treatment that I've been so lucky to have. SB 49 requires that all staff members tell the students of parents once they become aware that the student goes by a different name or pronoun than what is on their birth certificate. This bill has the effect of targeting, outcasting, and bullying all of our transgender students. I, along with most of my peers, began my transition by experimenting at school and other social places in order to further understand what I was feeling inside. While some say that this bill is purposely aimed at students who may not have a safe space to come out, I argue that it does further damage to the core of where most students would begin to understand themselves by revoking the ability to experiment with their peers. Before conversations with my mother, my guardians, my grandparents, I spoke with my 10th grade history teacher about using new pronouns. I was not in danger, but I was unprepared for the weight that the conversation about my unknown gender identity and expression would hold. Without your support against this bill, I would not be approaching you all as myself. Statistically, transgender people who are unable to express themselves at home or at school are at a much higher risk for poor school attendance, school performance, and even suicide. According to the National Study of Medicine, the use of a chosen name at school can decrease depressive symptoms in students by almost 30%. The attempt to suppress queer voices within this bill feels undeniable to anyone who has seen what is happening across the country. Regardless of these laws, the queer community in DPS is not erasable. My club members and I have come here to stand as more than just ourselves. We are here to represent a growing number of queer students and staff members in your district, worried for our futures, hoping to ensure security for those within Durham Public Schools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm so sorry I got your name wrong, Pilot. I
No,
apologize.
it's okay.
I can't read the handwriting. It's me, not you. You can go back that way if you want, yeah. Next up, we have Madeline Roper, followed by Walt Barron, and then Tatiana Molina Hueda.
Do I start? Okay. Hello, my name is Maddie Roper, and I am a junior at Jordan High School. I'm also a member of the Spectrum Club. And I'm here to talk about SB 49. It requires teachers to inform parents if their child requests to go by a different name or pronouns. This forced outing would be immensely harmful and dangerous to the hundreds of transgender students who learn here. For many kids, school is the only place they can safely be their authentic selves. Requiring teachers to out students destroys the ability of schools to be a safe space for those students. It puts them in potential danger from unaccepting parents. LGBTQ youth are at a disproportionately high risk for abuse and homelessness. The sad truth is that for many kids, secrecy is the only way to protect themselves. SB 49 also creates a dilemma for teachers. Supportive teachers are often the first adults a student will come out to, and students trust these teachers to keep them safe and help them any way they can. But SB 49 forces these teachers to betray that trust and put their students at risk or else break the law and risk their job. A policy punishing teachers who don't out their students harms the best teachers, the ones who put students' safety above all else. I ask that you hold off on changing any policies based on SB 49. It poses a threat to kids and teachers, sets a standard for dangerous legislation in North Carolina schools, and invites discrimination lawsuits. Transgender people's rights are in danger right now, but I've always felt that Durham is a safe place for us. I understand the pressure to act on SB 49, but I believe Durham is better than this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Walt Barron, followed by Tatiana Molina Huerta. And again, please correct me if I mispronounce your name.
You got it. First of all, amen to what these brave students are saying. My name is Walt Barron. I've lived in Durham for 20 years, and my daughter is a freshman at DSA. This proposed move likely won't affect her, so I'm talking tonight as a parent, but also as someone who both lives and works downtown. There are many reasons to pause this decision, as you've already heard from so many tonight. And I think it's because people really care about DSA. It's not just any school, it's a very special school. And to me, being downtown is part of what makes it so special. Being downtown is part of the education that DSA students get, what they see, what they're exposed to, and what they can access. Of course, the central location makes it more accessible and therefore more inclusive to students all over Durham. But just as important to me is the proximity to arts, to culture, and to businesses downtown, like where I work, McKinney. It's an ad agency that's actually hired multiple DSA grads. Being downtown makes DSA truly unique amongst DPS high schools and is a gift that we should protect. Moving it several miles away will take away perhaps its greatest strength. I don't envy your decision, but I ask you to think about all the comments you've heard tonight voicing concerns about this, and maybe a lack of people commenting with support for it. DSA makes downtown Durham better, and downtown Durham makes DSA better. And I ask you to please pause to reconsider this move. Thank you.
You can come on up, Tatiana. Tatiana will be followed by Ann Czar and Sarah Whitehill.
Hello, my name is Tatiana Molina Huerta, close, and I'm a 16-year-old student at Jordan High School here in DPS. I first want to thank parents, educators, and allies that have used their voices tonight to advocate for trans and queer students who don't have the power to come and speak for themselves. That being said, I wanted to take this opportunity and this platform to share my point of view as an LGBTQ student who would be directly affected by the implementation of Bill SB 49 in Durham and in North Carolina as a whole. There is an extensive body of research demonstrating again and again the correlation between forced outing of LGBTQ individuals and increased rates of suicide and self-harm. While every student deserves a safe home environment, it's sad to say that not every home environment is safe for LGBTQ students. SB 49 would be putting already vulnerable LGBTQ students, particularly the ones with unsafe households, in danger. Forcing queer kids into a closet lest they risk outing to violent households is not protecting parents, it's endangering kids. SB 49 would also potentially withhold education about LGBTQ and sexual health. I was lucky enough to learn about queer identity and sexual health in an age-appropriate, safe environment without shame, and I saw firsthand how teaching instead of sheltering promoted safe habits and healthy mindsets. It's an observable fact that states with abstinence-only sexual education have higher rates of teen pregnancy and abortion. This is doubly so for queer and trans children who aren't even taught about the possibility of same-sex attraction and transgender identity. It's a cycle of ignorance leading to the further discrimination of LGBT youths and fueling LGBT suicide, self-harm, and hopelessness. Of course, parents deserve to know what's happening in their children's lives. But SB 49 doesn't exist in a vacuum. It exists in a world where queer teenagers have to grow up navigating a society in which our existence is treated as inherently deviant. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Anna Czar. In there, I apologize. Followed by Sarah Whitehill and then Rachel Meyer.
Hi, my name is Anna Zaire. I'm a teacher at George Watts Montessori. I'm here as a queer staff member to echo what's been said by these incredibly brave community members and students. What you all can't see out in the hallway and what's happening out there is incredible. I spent a large part of my life trying to blend in and being afraid to stand out with good reason. And the spirit of this state bill is a painful reminder of why there's so much fear in coming out. This school year has been full of that same fear and uncertainty because of this bill and DPS's lack of clarity on its implications, especially what it means for elementary students and teachers. Nobody should be meant to feel unsafe or like they don't matter, and others' complicity reinforces that idea, that we're not worth standing up for. I know that that is not true. My students matter, their families matter, and I matter, and we need your support through resources and meaningful policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Whitehill.
My name is Sarah Whitehill. My pronouns are she and her. I am here tonight as the parent of an amazing student in Durham Public Schools. I want to start by thanking you for hearing the concerns that were raised at the last meeting and over the last year. It is clear that you are trying to mitigate the inevitable harm these policies will cause, and I appreciate that. I do, however, still have some concerns. First and foremost, while most teachers in DPS, I'm sure, are affirming and supportive, we know that not all are. We need a way to report anonymously when teachers exceed the bounds of these laws and when violations of Title IX happen. We also need a chance to talk about what those policies are as far as when parents will be notified, how parents will be notified, what notification will be given to students about how parents will be notified. And we deserve a chance to talk about that and to hear how that's going to happen. Finally, I grew up in small town Kansas in the 90s. I have seen firsthand the harm that happens when students are outed to an unsupportive community. And if the General Assembly is going to tell our children that their welcome and their safety are dependent on their gender identity and sexuality, the least we can do is make it clear that we care. Funding an LGBTQ liaison at every school, ensuring that we have rainbow clubs and GSAs at every school in DPS, this is the least that we can do to ensure that our students know that they are valued and supported and welcomed and loved at their school, even if they can't be at their homes. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have Rachel Meyer, followed by Ella Jones and Lorena Perez.
Hi, thank you. My name is Rachel Meyer. My pronouns are she, her, and I was born and raised in Durham. Now raising two young kids here. I have a 2-year-old and a 4.5-year-old. So I'm newer to this conversation as I have a rising kindergartner. And I'm also married to a wonderful trans person. And as we are getting ready to enroll our child in a DPS kindergarten, we are worried about how our family and our child will come to see our family reflected in books and in the classrooms at schools, and how that will be discussed or not. And just the simple fact that we exist and this is what our family looks like, and how that will be respected in the classroom as all other families should be. And I know that many of you are working really hard to minimize the harms of these policies, but at the recent DPS school showcase that we went to learn about the kindergarten programs in elementary schools that are in our district, I asked the different principals, how are they going to treat LGBTQ families, and I got sort of a wink and a nod, which was really reassuring in a way to me personally, but totally unacceptable for a school system. It can't depend on what school you're at and the sort of opinions of the administration or the principals in terms of whether a family is acknowledged and respected. And so I feel really concerned both for families like mine, and then a much even deeper level of concern for students whose individual experience are going to vary so widely based on what school they're at. And so really clear policies, really clear guidance, and ways to support the folks where it's not being implemented is so needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Elisade Jones, and I am an 11th grader at Charles E. Jordan High School. A large part of my identity is my name. My parents made sure that my name was as unique as it could be, as they hope for my future. Personally, my first name, Ella, was inspired by Ella Fitzgerald, the famous queen of jazz of the 60s. Sade means spring in various Ethiopian dialects, and Jones is just my father's last name. But this is still my name nonetheless. A name that is always associated with me and what I choose to do in my life. As you've heard, SB 49 would take away this choice of mine and both of my fellow peers. And what's more, it would also put them at a higher risk of harassment and general hate speech towards them, which they already have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. Even at my school, Jordan, which is one of the most, or considered the more progressive schools. And so this just all goes to say that even this is this short, I urge you to please fight back against this policy, because this would, even for a cisgender person like me, this still has ramifications for what I choose to do with myself, and much more about the safety of my peers, my queer peers, and of all of us that fall under Durham's guidelines in hand. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, Lorena Perez.
Good evening. My name is Lorena Perez. You have seen me here a couple different times. I'm a queer Latina parent of the most amazing kid. She is a current kindergartner in DPS, having time of her life, right? Great time. And last year when going in, just like the other parent said at the showcase, asking like, how are you going to support gender fluid kids? Some answers included like, well, we will follow the legal requirements. And that was their complete answer. Your policies offer what the legal requirements are. This year, that same principle seems to have grown, perhaps because of the education that you are requiring. His answer included this year, kindness. An excellent improvement I do want to offer. And yet, please do not require my child to live on the kindness of others. Your policies help people understand what dignity actually looks like. My child exists, my queer family exists. We deserve to be in the curriculum. I do not envy the role you place in terms, like you currently have to balance between funding and what does it mean to push back against a clearly discriminatory law. Federal law, Trump state law, hold it, fight it. I don't have the answer. I'm not a legal expert. But this is not enough. My child, I am balanced. I am forced to teach my child about the ways in which transphobia will come up in her life. Do better.
Thank you. That will conclude our public comment portion of the evening. I just want to say thank you to all of our public comment speakers, and especially the students. It's always a joy when we have students who are in the boardroom with us tonight. The next item on our agenda is our consent items. We have 2 items that the board members have reviewed carefully prior to the meeting tonight.
I move approval of the consent agenda.
Second. It's been moved by Ms. Rogers, seconded by Ms. Byer. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please use the same sign. And it passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is a Board of Education item. We're going to have our Community Safety and Wellness Task Force. You all can come up to the podium. As they're filing in, I'll just give a little background. Over 2 years ago, the Durham Public Schools, Durham City, as well as Durham County worked together to create a task force to think about and reimagine how we do wellness and safety in our buildings, as well as in our city and our county. This volunteer task force has spent the last 2 years doing a lot of work, listening, gathering feedback, and they are here tonight to present some of the updates that they, not present updates, present the final report that you all have put together. So I'm gonna stop talking now and I'm gonna pass it over to you, Samuel.
No, you were fine. You were fine. First of all, I want to say good evening to everyone. I want to thank the board and Dr. Mbenga for giving us the space to speak tonight. Also want to affirm everything that the students came up and said earlier. Love seeing student activists. As you just said, my name is Samuel Scarborough, and tonight I'll present on behalf of the Community Safety Wellness Task Force with my colleague, Jesse Huddleston. That works. And I'll keep speaker notes with me. Also have a couple other people from the task force that are back there with us. And the main thing we want to bring home today is that our organization was convened to enhance public safety and wellness initiatives that rely on community-based prevention, intervention, and reentry services as alternatives to policing in the criminal legal system. And tonight we'll present 3 proposals that arose from the work of our violence prevention and youth and schools roundtables that deal with topics such as restorative practices, sexual violence prevention, and the SRO program. So with that, I'll pass it to Jesse.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Would y'all like your presentation up as well?
That would be great.
Yes. All right, give us one second. We'll pull that up.
And I'm mindful, just being entirely candid, we found a typo. And I sent an updated version, but I didn't see it online. So I don't know if that can happen retroactively.
We can make sure we get the right one up there.
It's in your inbox. I love
Okay,
it.
we can do that for you.
I'm Jesse Huddleston. My pronouns are he, she, they, we. You can't get me wrong so long as you're being kind. And I do have the range. And I'm so glad to be here. As Samuel mentioned, and as you've mentioned, Chair, we've worked really hard over the last 2.5 years. A part of the bylaws were our listening sessions. And so I wanted to start there. I'll note again that this deck, we'll go through it. We won't hit every slide. It's a tool. And so I invite folks to use that tool as you review what we've done and you get in where you fit in. If you're following along, I'm on slide 4 though. So with our listening sessions, we held them in the school year 21-22. We had 16 sessions. We did our best to engage a range of stakeholders, which you see, principals, teachers, support staff, parents and caregivers, and of course, our babies, our students and youth. And when we listened, we heard 8 major themes, and we'll come back to these themes as we lift up quotes and as we go through our recommendations, because they really bring these words as themes alive. I want to highlight one that I think has been embodied today is trust and care. On slide 6, there's a quote, and before I read that quote, I want to read the sentence that I think really shapes our intentions and our spirit for this presentation today. We really want to co-create within Durham Public Schools a culture of building quality relationships rooted in human dignity. So much of that with that theme of trust and care feels lifted up with this quote from a DPS student who said, "If you feel like at school is for you and people there actually care and want you to be there, then I feel like the whole atmosphere and stuff at school will be a lot better." So in this context of safety, of policing, of alternatives to law enforcement, lifting up wellness, and so much of what is already in the room, we want to just name and center this intention of building a culture, co-creating a culture, working together to make this culture of building quality relationships. So our first proposal is focused on implementing wellness and restorative practices. We heard from a community member that was also one of our consultants, Cecilia Polanco, and I want to name something that they said in a moment. Here are 2 data points that are listed in the presentation. Only 34% of DPS students responded favorably when asked how connected they feel to an adult at school. Only 36% of DPS students responded favorably when asked how much they matter to others at school. And so it matters. This is DPS panorama data. That slide is slide number 9. Thank you for following along as best you can. And so in this context of trust and care, it matters that so few are saying that they feel that trust and care. And so what do we do to implement wellness practices? How can we implement wellness and restorative practices with more fidelity? Next slide. And decrease some of the decisions that are happening that normalize disconnection and normalize punishment. Cecilia mentioned that the association between RPC and ISS is real, and it's incorrect. ISS is not restorative, for the record, okay? And so the reality is, though, as this DPS teacher mentions, when talking about how what was ISS is now being renamed as restorative practices, they said, I don't know how much restorative work actually goes on in these places. And so it feels important to name that this is an area for improvement. This is an area for growth. And it matters how we implement these practices with care, with accuracy. It's important to name as well that if we are actually building relationships and sustaining those relationships, when harm happens, when someone makes a mistake, there's actually a relationship to restore. And so if the relationship isn't there, if folks already feel like they don't care, it's that much harder to actually bring something back to repair, to restoration. In that same spirit, I appreciate that Dr. Bullock was here, and I know his decision to depart is a huge loss. He's offered so much, and I'm hopeful that another person of peace will fill his shoes. Professional development in Durham Public Schools matters. In addition to his filling of that position, your filling of that position, I should say, one of our recommendations is noted on slide 13 to hire a restorative practice director or administrator in the central office to increase that professional development for the adults that are serving our young people, particularly the professional development related to wellness and restorative justice. This teacher said everyone in our school should be trained in restorative practices. These are practices that don't just benefit our young people. It's personal. If you really get it, it's going to change how you parent. It's going to change how you volunteer. It's going to change how you show up for yourselves. And I believe hurt people, even with the best intentions, and healing people, heal people. People who are committed to being restorative will offer that in good faith to others. Lastly, I so appreciate again that Cecilia named the wellness retreats. That's just one example of the kind of partnerships that we'd love to see happening. On slide 14, we recommend exploring cooperative programs and interventions that can occur in and out of the school environment. Some of you might remember that one of the recommendations we made initially was around wellness retreats. And we expanded that because we recognize that there's not only one way to provide these kinds of transformative experiences, both for young people and for the adults serving them. I'll pass the mic back to Samuel, who I think can share about the youth consent workshops that we want to lift up as another example of an on-time intervention that can make a big difference for our young people and for DPS as a whole.
Absolutely. So I'm basically going to touch on the goals and structure of these workshops. highlight data and public input. And a lot of this stuff is on slide 16, like just the general bullet points that I'll be hitting. And then also uplifting other recommendations that could be useful in preventing sexual violence, both in our schools and our broader community. If you go to that next slide, just has a brief overview of the goals of the programs. We're kind of operating off of the central premise that sexual consent education is necessary for a more comprehensive understanding of sex. A 2016 nationally representative survey by Planned Parenthood found that most people have not received any education about what consent is. They don't know what it looks like or how to do it. And we think that holding these youth consent workshops would give students and potentially also give staff members as well these meaningful things such as improving sexual literacy, sexual health, and overall wellness, providing young people with the tools and resources to protect their sexual autonomy, and then also preventing acts of sexual assault and sexual harassment. If we go to the next slide, just has a couple bullet points on some data that's specific to Durham. Over half of the dispatches from the Durham Sheriff's Office for sexual assault cases were to our schools. And this was according to data that we got from the sheriff's call data that we got when we reached directly to the office. And some of the most affected schools were Jordan, which a lot of the students from here today come from, Northern, Githens, and my alma mater, Rogers Herd, which was very surprising, disheartening to hear. And also, according to the News and Observer, reported rapes have rose 16% roughly in Durham between 2020 and 2022. And it's important to note that with sexual assault, most cases are not reported to law enforcement, so the numbers are likely higher than reported. Going on to the next slide, I want to talk about the Durham Youth Listening Project. This was a program that was created with the aim to essentially elevate young people's voices in Durham, talk about their needs, their dreams, and what they think about the resources in their community. And one of the takeaways was that young people wanted the schools to improve practices and policies to create a culture of safety, respect, and acceptance. And we think this ties back to that overarching idea that Jesse brought up of creating a culture in DPS that focuses on building quality relationships. And we see providing these youth consent workshops falls directly in alignment with that. Going to school board policy, just want to briefly highlight that this aligns with the, appreciate that. That aligns with the second priority of the strategic plan, talking about providing a safe and healthy school environment that supports the whole child, and integrating developmentally appropriate systems, structures, and processes that promote student health and wellness at the school and district level as aligned with policy. Going on to the next slide about Jordan Students Against Sexual Harassment, they showed up, I think, April. I think they showed up to the school board April. Just wanted to highlight them as another vantage point of input from young people. One of the students in particular said that until DPS steps up to create timely processes that include the complainant, actively protects students, helps victims of sexual assault heal from their trauma, and prevents further cases, then DPS is failing its commitments to its students. And really honing in on that point of prevention, these consent workshops will be an opportunity to do that. I want to go forward. There are also a couple other slides with different quotes from the students, but I want to go forward to the general recommendation of itself. So like basic information of when this could happen, perhaps during the next school year, like during the spring semester or perhaps the following school year. We're thinking that these workshops would probably be best held in like health and PE classes. And it'll be important to have them in gender neutral settings facilitated by field professionals that use a variety of approaches using different media to engage students and make sure that it's a valuable experience and it's not just another thing that students are sitting through. One of the things we're also trying to stress is that we want students to be involved in the whole process. So in terms of organizing this, in terms of reaching out to people, we want students to be advocates, like actively involved in that process, not only because it's important that they're receiving this education, but also it helps, again, to foster that idea of having a more active student body and empowering students to become leaders in their communities, like a lot of the students earlier are. And just kind of going to the last points of some potential partner organizations, which is on that next slide. There are a variety of places that we could reach out to. One of the places I worked with directly most for kind of drafting this was Planned Parenthood Durham. They're willing to provide services for free. So that's a place where you could easily reach out to. And then also kind of going into the closing, some further recommendations that would help in preventing sexual violence in our schools and in our community would be offering these consent workshops to teachers and staff, depending on the program success, thinking about expansion to middle schools, and then also figuring out ways to improve the sexual assault reporting system and accountability systems under the Title IX office. Also have a copy of a sample curriculum if you all are interested, and I can definitely email that to you after today or tonight. So thank you. I'll pass it to Jesse for the final proposal.
I'll mention before I jump into revising the SRO program, I think with the youth consent workshops, that's a great chance to lift up the theme around collaboration and communication as well. We're the best of what we got. We got to use what we got, you know, and it feels like there are so many assets and so many folks here that are not enemies, that are not adversaries, that actually really care. And it feels like a huge opportunity and responsibility to figure out how we make it easier for adults that want to serve youth to be in a position to do that with care in partnership with DPS. And the youth consent workshops feel like another great chance to actually implement wellness and restorative practice with care. Revising the SRO program is our final recommendation and proposal for tonight. I'll name that the theme of the role of SROs was another focus point based on our listening sessions. I want to start with our review of the program materials and then hop into our recommendations. The program materials were very clear that SRO's first primary role is to enforce the law. And that matters, we think. This educator said caring, supportive adults who are there to support the teachers and the students is very important. And that can be in the form, of course, of an SRO, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. And it feels important to lift up the ways in which SROs who come in and are committed to the oaths that they've sworn and are committed to doing that as best they can, enforcing the law, present a particular set of impacts in the community. We've heard from this DPS parent that they felt targeted, they felt intimidated, right? I've seen circumstances where parents and students feel harassed by the police just because of who they are, because they are a Latinx family. These kinds of experiences where people, if you look at slide 29, where people feel like they're being watched, the student says. There are conflicts between the teacher and the student, this DPS principal mentions, not just between the students. And so this principal says our restorative practices coordinator actually could do a circle with a teacher and a student to try to get to what the conflict was growing about. It's interesting to me that we haven't had a situation, at least we didn't hear a situation where the SRO was in a position to provide that kind of restorative practice. And we hold that in this healthy tension of their oath to enforce the law. This caregiver wrote or said, and it's written in the deck, honestly, I feel like it's 50-50. I don't like the police. At school, sometimes things happen. Somebody wants to shoot up the school or bomb threat. There are a lot of things that can happen at school, and that's what the police should be in charge of. Sometimes they abuse their power and they don't know how to do their work well. My opinion is 50-50, yes and no. It's clear to us that it's a mixed bag, that there are lots of different opinions about the role of SROs and how are they helping, how are they harming. Our responsibility as a task force was to present alternatives to policing and law enforcement. And a big part of that, again, is thinking and lifting up restorative justice as a concept, when implemented accurately, is able to, again, create a context where quality relationships are being built and sustained. And when mistakes are made, when there are real problems, people are actually able to be in circle and address those issues together. And we're not penalizing and punishing people. With that in mind, our recommendations are as follows. One, to ensure that all SROs operating in DPS prioritize use of discretion in ways that are neither punitive nor criminalizing, and that do not hinder DPS restorative justice efforts. There are many situations where SROs cannot fully participate in restorative justice based on the oath that they've sworn. And so we're not expecting them to go outside of that. We're wondering, though, what it looks like for them to hold space, to honor the restorative practices that can take place with other staff, with other adults, and even with other young people who can be assets, who can hold space with one another and address some of the issues that are happening in DPS. I'll go back and name two really briefly that a principal name that the SRO is letting us know what's going on. So I do understand that there are situations where the information that's being provided can help you all as leaders, other educators, other principals to make better informed decisions. And there's a lot of power that DPS staff and other adults have. And it feels like an opportunity to, instead of giving up that power to an armed person who is going to use their training and enforce the law, because that is their primary role, to think alternatively and imaginatively and wonder, what does it look like to hold space for something that's actually more restorative. The second recommendation is ensuring that the Durham County Sheriff's Office shares public data transparently upon request and stewards its discretionary power more cooperatively with community members. I really want to highlight here the sharing public data transparently part. Based on the feedback that we got, we obtained the data not because it was given to us easily, but because people are really smart. Again, there are a lot of assets, and folks were able to scrub public data sites to get the data that we needed. And that's how we knew about the sexual assault data, not because it was given to us, but because we took it, because it was available to us. And it matters that we're not able to access that kind of information. It matters that we're not able to communicate to parents and caregivers and other folks who do care about what's happening. And we want to partner with folks, but it's hard to do that when you reach out and you don't get the feedback that you're wanting. And so we need your support. It matters that the way that the program is set up, it's set up so that in the event that a staff member or a student or a parent wants an SRO to be removed and requests that, there are steps that can be taken. But if there's resistance, if there's a culture of, I won't use that phrase, but if there's a culture of covering your behind, right, and protecting the organization and the institution, what can happen is we're leaving young people and adults who care in the balance. And so we really want to ensure that there's more transparency with those public data requests. Finally, we want to see formal partnerships between DPS and the Durham Community Safety Department. Many folks know about the HEART teams that come in and provide a care in crisis situations, and that's great. And I'm so glad that that's been expanded. I'd love to imagine, and we'd love to imagine what's possible to see those partnerships deepen, so that there are specific kinds of partnerships that you all get to be a part of making happen, that's specific for young people and specific for the adults that are serving those young people. I want to lift up again what Cecilia named earlier. What would it look like if there were 5 people that a young person could name? What would it look like if each staff member could name 5 other people that have their back? And I recognize that for some, an SRO might be one of those people. And we have to take seriously that for some people, for many people, many of our young people, SROs are not on that list. And in fact, they're a source of harm. And we're not seeing that with the community safety department. We're seeing them provide the kind of care that is in alignment with the restorative practices, with the wellness practices that we want to see lifted up in DPS, that are in alignment with the strategic plan, that are in alignment with several other recommendations and reports that have already been presented to you over the course of the past 5 to 10 years. I'll conclude our time with this quote. It's something that I come back to regularly. I came back to it several times throughout our time gathering as a task force. And it's a quote from Reverend Dr. Polly Murray, a beloved ancestor, who says, "And while I could not always suppress the violent thoughts that raged inside me, I would nevertheless dedicate my life to seeking alternatives to physical violence, and would wrestle continually with the problem of transforming psychic violence into creative energy." There's so much creative energy in the room right now. We've heard it earlier, and it is precisely that commitment, I think, to resisting the default that we all internalize sometimes, to just wanting to hit somebody because you're mad and you're allowed to be mad. And how do we figure out together, right? We may not be best friends, but we're not enemies. We have real enemies. We're not adversaries all the time. We have to figure out how we actually work together to transform the violence into something creative, into something restorative. We heard that consistently, and I think it's clear that a lot of people do care. And we have to continue working together to figure out how we make that care visible, concrete, and reflected in the policies, the practices, and most importantly, the culture. We're not ready to take SROs out. The culture is not ready for it. And if we do it and things go wrong, the culture will just say, "Oh, see, we told you it's not ready." But we need to work together to actually create a context where we're co-creating these quality relationships. And that, I think, is our presentation. We'd love to create space for questions. Thank you for hearing us. Thank you for your leadership in Durham Public Schools.
Thank you, Jesse and Samuel. Thank you both for coming to present to us tonight, but to the many other members of the task force, I think some are here and some may be watching, and many who are not here tonight. Thank you, thank you, because we know this is a labor of love. I'll open the floor to the board members for any questions. We'll start with you, Ms. Valladares.
It's an honor to have you both in this work, and to have you both present. Gosh, my microphone now. You know, there's so many points of connection with this work and what it means to be a holistic school system that really addresses the needs of all students. Safety is at the core, right? And the recommendations that you brought to us are definitely in line with conversations that we've had. We have different iterations of this board during the time that I've been here have grappled with how do we change an MOU, you know, that needs to give us access to data. How do we incorporate that into school improvement teams that are looking, you know, at that data for their schools, for their school communities? And how do we kind of use the levers that are already in place in Durham Public Schools? And a lot of this, you know, was written, and I mentioned, you know, Kevin Primus sent like an email with MOU revisions, and I was like, I'm pretty sure he's happy to kind of see that, you know, there's alignment in terms of like more data is important, right? And it shouldn't be that hard to get data, not from a public body. And so I just want to give you all, you know, just all the commendations, all the, you know, the applause that you deserve, you know, for speaking things that are sometimes complicated in maybe a political sphere, but this is not about politics, and we don't play politics over our kids. These stories that you highlighted, there are actually faces that I know, names that I know, addresses that I know of families, including children who decided not to come back to school after they were approached and harassed and profiled, by an SRO. And so these are real things that have happened. It is not a secret, and it is something that is out in community and that happened in community and has been addressed in community. And one of the asks from the parents is dignity. I loved how you said dignity, because the biggest thing that enrages a mother, and I say that as a mother myself, is a stereotype and trying to wash and just completely dispose our kids and call them like lie on them and say they deserved, to be harassed because they were doing things that they did not do. And so we continue to have this issue also in the community with the Durham Police Department, and the ways that when they're looking for somebody, sometimes they mix up names. And actually, I've had that situation this week, right? So it's not just one office of law enforcement. It's all throughout our community. Durham Police Department, the Sheriff's Office, and also the city's implementation of the safety, the community safety heart team and everybody else, right? Like everyone has to keep in mind dignity, and that, at the end of the day, to be a restorative Durham will include the community coming up with the programs, to support, and also the school system, as we have already started with restorative practices. And you really highlighted the work that we have to do to make sure that it is not just in name, and not just in spirit, but actually implemented, so that people can actually see it tangibly. And so we continue to do that. And I look forward to more conversations with all of you. And thank you for highlighting that there are many organizations that are addressing the needs of youth. I think Durham has faced a crisis of kids that have died, and it has been gun violence. But that gun violence didn't start out of nowhere. The conflicts that we see playing out are conflicts that have been enacted. And the law of physics kind of says to every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. And so we have to continue to, realize what are the things that are affecting our youth, so that they are acting out with violence. Maybe it's violence that has been enacted on them in many different ways. And so I just commend you for this work. I tell you, this is not easy work, because everybody has maybe a different vision of how they carry this work. And I think your call for everyone who cares about this, to continue to link up and kind of see what are the different ways that each, community organization, that DPS, the school improvement teams are working on this, that the MOU is getting revised, that the board continues to be, a vanguard, to make sure that safety and dignity is upheld for every single student in DPS. I think this is a moment of thank you. A moment of gratitude for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to appreciate what you're saying and name for the record that it's clear to us that there's not a one size fits all. Like, I don't imagine what Hillside will do is going to be what DSA does, is going to be what CMA does, right? And we want to be creative. We want to invite people to be imaginative, and create partnerships and create programs that are culturally relevant and specific for the student body that's being served. And I think there's a way to see that kind of specificity in each school while still being reflective of a DPS that cares about those quality relationships. It's possible, and it's happening, and we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vidaris. Ms. Byer.
So I just want to start with just deep gratitude to you all as 2 of our 5 representatives, to Mr. Kaysen and Marcia, who chaired the work, and acknowledge the labor of love that you all have given to this community. When Chair Umstead worked to push this resolution and get this moving with our board, with the city, with the county, when we start a group work like this, we don't know what will happen at all. And I know those of us that attended the unveiling were so happy to celebrate with you, and want to know that the community at home, that this is available online, There is an incredible bilingual report that is detailed, that is full of art, that is very much the heart of Durham. And you've brought to us tonight a challenge, and 3 of the recommendations are targeted towards Durham Public Schools, and we embrace that challenge and that work going forward. But I think there's other recommendations that you've made that include city and county, but will very much overlap and be impactful for the work that we are doing and leading here. And so I thank y'all for that. I challenge the community to continue to hold us accountable to the recommendations that you brought forward. The one question that I had for you all is on the notion of consent workshops. And if you all pondered and discussed that as workshops versus actually us incorporating that into our K-12 curriculum.
Well, personally, I think that is something that could definitely be implemented. The idea of the workshops was initially to have something, I guess, not necessarily as like an outside mechanism, but as something that is coming from different community partners to come into the schools. But if that's something that the board thinks is most impactful to implement into the curriculum, we would love to have meetings to support that process. And like I was saying during presentation, just making sure, even though I'm not a DPS student no more, freshman in college, but making sure we have students at the table. Like my main thing is making sure we're engaging our students and empowering them. Because I think sometimes we infantilize our students, but they have a lot to bring to the table and a lot of really brilliant ideas. So just, I would love to co-work on that process.
Thank you so much. I want to turn it over to colleagues, but just deep gratitude to you all and thank you.
Ms. Lewis?
Similarly to the comments already shared, much appreciation and gratitude to the work that you have done, the commitment over these past 2 years. And could you imagine if we didn't have a seat at the table? When this started in planning, the Board of Education didn't have any seats. We fought for that so that we could hear what safety and wellness looks like also for our school community. And later in y'all's process, you all added the youth listening sessions. And these are incredible recommendations that didn't come just from the task force, but from true community engagement. And you all started coming out of the pandemic. And I remember how hard it was to get those listening sessions, but you believed in it and you knew that it was important to get this qualitative information and report. There is so much that wasn't presented tonight. A 100-page report came out of this. And I would say the baton was passed from the Race Equity Task Force, started this work, to this community collaboration and the task force that you all have brought before us today as well. Thank you. Thank you for this way forward. You know, we've heard so many comments today about the legislation that's causing harm, about the way forward with school buildings and things of these different projects. And what I get from your presentation is the heart of the student and their sense of belonging and what's going to help promote their academic success. So beyond you've done the work, now is for us to be accountable. One of the things I liked about your report, I saw, and in some places, there are times that you're asking for these things to be implemented. I know I saw it on one of your slides, Samuel, but I would just want to encourage and make sure that the places where the governing bodies give leadership to the requests that have been made and recommendations, that there's a place of accountability of when you would like to see it done. So those things can be followed up with from here, not just that this just sits on a desk somewhere, but that true work is coming out of it. That would be my only recommendation. Thank you.
Ms. Rogers?
Thank you all so much for this presentation and for this work. I appreciated being in the space when y'all were having conversations with community about the work of this task force and what we all need to do as a community going forward. I've had numerous conversations with so many members of the task force. I saw your recommendations that you presented here. I do want to acknowledge and appreciate that you all named the Durham Public Schools Black and Hispanic Student Achievement Plan as part of the full scope of work. and that our administration is already doing the work to start that process. We are committed to this, and we're committed to making sure that we have the resources in place to do restorative practices with fidelity and to re-engage our community in what restorative practice really is. Thank you so much for leading this work and reminding us how great Durham can be and how much we can do together. I really appreciate you.
Ms. Carter Alton.
I won't take up much more of everybody's time, but also want to express my gratitude. I know the immense amount of time and effort involved in collecting this type of data, convening people, and really like pulling together the recommendations and distilling them into the points and that you've done for us amidst a 100-page report. So thank you so much. This is incredibly valuable. I'm excited to start implementing and really appreciate your work. And I think in particular, I think the leadership that you've recommended for restorative practice administration, that's going to be really valuable to help us assess the current state of things. Because until we know, get a really good sense for what things look like, we can't work to improve how we're doing things right. And similarly, with more data, we have a more complete understanding of where we are, right? With the sheriff's office data, any piece of data here. So always in favor of expanding our capacity to have data. So thank you so much again.
I'll lift up that briefly. I'll lift up briefly that we had community members that supported us on our roundtable committees, both for violence prevention and youth in schools. And that was feedback that we heard directly from 2 DPS staff members, one who's currently still with DPS staff and one who has left recently, really wanting to think about investments in staff that would allow for more professional development, as was mentioned, but also thinking how we set that person up for success. Because if you just hire one person and they have no real connection across Durham Public Schools, they're set up to fail. And again, that's why I think we don't want to rush in and say you should do this as soon as possible. We want you to think strategically, and we would rather you wait a year or two if that means by year 3 the culture is shifted a bit more and it's set up in a way that there's some comprehensive and infrastructural support to make sure that those people who do that important work can be retained, can be compensated well, and can be set up for success to really generate the kind of outcomes that are in line with the strategic plan, are in line with what folks are saying represent our values, that move us in the right direction. We hold that with open hands. We hope that you do it sooner rather than later, to your point, Trustee Lewis, around timing. And this work continues. And so we hope that you all will continue to engage with us as elected leaders, and we hope community members will continue to engage with us. This work continues. Like we said earlier, there's a lot of space for collaboration and communication, and a lot of ways that we can help show that we really do trust and care for one another well.
Thank you, Ms. Chavez.
I also want to thank you for this excellent presentation, for your work and leadership in the community and with the task force itself. You reminded me that I believe that schools can be places of healing, and so that idea I think is very much woven into what you presented, and I like what you said about healing people. That healing people heal people. I think that's important for us to focus, and not only on the harm that we can cause, but that we can also extend that healing. Your presentation, your report made me think about having a trauma-informed approach, a harm reduction approach, just some things, some kind of bodies of work that I'm thinking about as we talk about this and kind of weave it into changes that we may want to make going forward. I really appreciate the the quotes throughout, the work you did to gather that that information from the community, and especially from students, the focus on listening. I wanted to mention that the idea of these different partners that you suggested falls very much in line with the part of our strategic plan that is about community engagement and having more partners for all of our schools. Implementing restorative practices fully, absolutely, we need to do that. And I also appreciate the attention to sexual harassment. I think we don't, there are many areas in which we don't necessarily talk about that enough, and how it affects students and how it affects people in general. So it's important to pay attention to that. But thank you so much for everything. And I do look forward to the ongoing conversations to talk about how we can continue to weave in this rich body of work that you provided us. Thank you.
Ms. Valladares.
Just one quick thing and a question. NCCU has the, I think you already know this, the Social Justice and Racial Equity Institute, Ansel Brown and Scott Holmes. And there was a whole opening at NCCU, and they were talking about all the ways that, you know, they're providing support for restorative justice efforts here in Durham. And one of the things is, I know that we as board members meet in subcommittees, and we met with our director of student support services, Dr. Maddox Perry. And that is something that, you know, Dr. Maddox Perry is very supportive of any of these connections. So as you do this work in the city, just think also about our HBCU. First of all, my alma mater. But, you know, definitely just think through ways to continue to, because they have certification programs. And I can already envision our youth, imagine our youth, you know, figuring out, like, it's housed in a law school, and, you know, maybe you don't go for the JD, but you get a certification. So there's ways that this work can be operationalized. And in the same way that people go for professional development, these are ways to also build capabilities and capacity, not just, you know, during school hours, but also beyond that. And so I just wanted to give you all that. And I guess my question was, have you thought of connecting with NCCU and some of these folks who are leading in that work?
I'll name that respectfully, our task force has finished.
Okay. That's a good.
Respectfully. And this work continues. We're here, we're happy to be here. And so I hope if there's someone from Central who's connected with this institute,
Definitely,
will reach out to the board, right? I hope that folks who are interested, who are people of peace, who are committed to this kind of restorative work that provides alternatives to policing and punishment, will get in where they fit in. You know someone at Hillside, you're an alum at Southern, your baby is at Rogers Her, get in where you fit in. And I think shavings really do make a pile. And so there's no shortage of ideas, but who's gonna do it? And respectfully, I have a full-time job and 2 part-time jobs. I'm not looking for more work to do. And I'm gonna show up where I can, right? And the LGBTQ advocacy, that's my lane. You're gonna hear me talk about Polly Murray, that's my lane. Arts and culture and youth, those are my lanes. That's why I'm here. Young people ask me to serve in this way. And so I hope that that idea and other ideas that have come up, that folks will find ways to actually get them working in each school. Like I said, every middle and high school has its own needs, its own culture. We want to make sure that the principal and assistant principals are down for the programs that happen. We can't come in hot and just say, oh, you need to do it like this, or you need to do it like them. There'll be internal resistance in so many ways. We don't want that. I don't want that. And so if there are folks that are interested in working with Central, I hope that we can figure out together how to make the right connections happen so that that can happen with efficacy, right? If somebody's got a line item or discretionary budget to make things happen. But I don't want to speak out of turn. So I want to be realistic and practical. But I'm hopeful that we have a lot of assets locally. We have a lot of creativity, and we have to take care of one another. The Raleigh right now, They own something. They own something else. And I trust Durham. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm not going nowhere. And I trust and call our people to get in where they fit in. We all have work to do, and we can all make a difference to make sure we're taking care of our young people who are enrolled in public schools and our educators and staff that are serving them as best as they can. They are not our enemies. We may not agree, we may have some things we need to work through, but those are not our enemies. We need to take care of one another. So I'm hopeful for that. You wanted to say something? Yeah. And we probably gotta go because y'all got a long meeting.
No, I absolutely want to underscore the idea of it taking a village, but in terms of Central, obviously my mom went there, so definitely a special connection with that HBCU. And actually for the consent workshop proposal, one of the partner organizations that was listed was NCCU's Women's Center. So that could be a resource to reach out to, along with like a lot of the other organizations that were listed specifically for that proposal. But you know, there are a lot of resources for a variety of the proposals we provided tonight, and then for the other governing bodies for them to do with those proposals. So
Thank you. Just gratitude. And, you know, one of the things we talked about with our chair is that 100 pages is not going to cover all the things that will happen. And so it is on us, you know, we waited on this. We didn't want to move. We have not changed the MOU. We said we're not going to do it without getting your recommendations. So now you've given us the recommendations. There's more work to be done. It's going to look in alignment with what you've done, but there might be other parts that were not in that report, you know, as we develop more relationships. So we just want to thank you for that.
Thank you both for coming. I'm gonna keep it very, very brief because much of what I want to say has already been said, and reiterate this is the beginning of the work. My brain is already starting to think about implementation of what happens next, and I think there's a conversation for us as a board and administration around timeline and working with our city and our county as well to understand how we moving together. Because I too choose Durham and I love being here because of what I know is possible in our community, because of the way we align our resources, because of the way we dream and imagine. And so I really look forward to this work. And I hold both, we have a lot of resources and a dream and a vision, and we have work to do together, right? Collectively. So I just want to say thank y'all again. We will continue to have this conversation as a board and continue to talk with our administration around what's next. So thank you. The next item on our agenda, we have our Chief of Staff with some policy updates.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, board members, Dr. Mavanga, community members. If you could please pull up the PowerPoint. Just a brief recap, if you will recall, board members, you adopted 5 policies back in November, and then you pulled one of the policies, policy 3540, the comprehensive health education policy at the November board meeting, as well as policies 1310 and policy 1735 for additional review and commentary because you weren't satisfied with what had been brought to you, what I had brought to you, and wanted to make some additional edits. And so those policies are all online. We did at 6 o'clock make some technical changes to those, nothing substantive. Just wanted to make sure the community is aware of that. But the board has wrestled with these policies. We've discussed these policies and they're online. But I do want to go through, next slide, please, a couple of the things just briefly, and then I will be asking the board for a motion to adopt these policies with a waiver of second reading. Next slide, please. Some of the things that we have done in Durham, and they're not going to be comprehensive, but I do just want to lift up some of the work that this board has done and has instructed administration to do in relation to the LGBTQIA+ community and the supports that have been included in that. One of them is professional development. The board we had a board-led LGBTQIA trainings, 2 of those for several hours, where we also had senior leadership there, and the plan being kind of the train the trainer. Obviously the work always will continue, but I want to lift that up in light of a lot of the comments that I heard tonight and a lot of the concerns that I've seen in emails and from our community regarding where this board stands with regard to the Parents' Bill of Rights and its support of LGBTQIA plus community and our community members, staff, students, and families. Another thing that this board has done, and again, this is nowhere near comprehensive, is staff equity training. Dr. Bullock, we've talked about him today. He created a training, consulted with members of the LGBTQIA training, got some, occasionally, that was when equity was with me, got some feedback, we tweaked it and made some corrections. And he tweaks that every single time, because one of the things that we all know is things are evolving, right? Society should be evolving. And so we want to make sure that we stay on the cutting edge of what is happening in the equity space as far as that goes. And I'm going to be very brief, as I indicated before. One of the last things I'm going to talk about before I request the motion is, next slide, please, gender support plans. And this is all available online. So people that are watching or looking can take a look and kind of see, this is a template for what we use. And there's gender support plan, and there's also a gender transition plan. It's similar to this, but I just wanted to kind of talk about the gender support plan because the transition plan is obviously a much more intimate, but this is what it is that our school system and DPS provides to students and families when they are indicating that they need support in their gender identification or gender identity, et cetera. So I just wanted to kind of go through, next slide, please. And it's 4 total pages, but there's a lot of work that we do. I know that the board has provided a lot of input on these policies, and it has been a, kind of a difficult path for you. In order for us to be in compliance with this, you've been challenged. You've challenged us. As I said, you pulled it off with what I brought before and said it wasn't where you wanted it to be. And so I just want to kind of lift that up to the extent that I can to the community, that the challenge and the struggle that this board had in making the changes that are in these policies that are posted online. So with that, I would, Madam Chair, ask for, I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any, but I would ask for a motion to waive second reading and adoption at this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Giovanni. And for the public who's watching, and many of you all have emailed us and showed up to give public comment, we have read these policies over and studied and researched and looked at law and statute and turned it on its head and back and down and consulted with so many different folks and trying to bring a draft that is going to be supportive of our students in the best way we can to mitigate harm and consider all the other supports that we're putting in place within a school building to support students. So I really want y'all to hear, we unfortunately can't share all the things, all the conversations we've had. We would be here for days about the policy and how we've been working on it and how we've been brainstorming. But we've done a lot to really get to the place that we are today. And I think I said this in a previous work session. What we do know is when there are oppressive policies, we know how to push back. And Raleigh is where we need to push back. There's an election season coming up for many of the folks who are in our General Assembly. And it's important that we take our energy and also put it there so we can have some different policies and procedures that are going to protect our students, all of our students and our educators. I'll open the floor to board for questions or comments or a motion.
Madam Chair, we do have an update later on the LGBTQIA task force, and perhaps that's a place to have further discussion about some of the recommendations that some of the speakers brought tonight, because those were also discussed there. But I did want to uplift kind of some of the misinformation that was shared in public comment, some of the feeling that while our attorney told us we're not able to change state law, we are able to set policies and procedures that protect our students, our families, and our staff. And we will continue to let policy 1735 be our guiding North Star. If there are others that have comments, thanks.
Go to Ms. Chavez.
All right, I do want to say a few things before we make a vote on this. This this policy pains me greatly, and the stress of this policy has lived in my body since August. So I know it lives in many other people's bodies. I just want to say a few things. This it's very unfortunate, perhaps not surprising that this has come down to us from the state. This is my community, and to have to make a vote on this pains me a lot. I want to say that I'm in this seat because of trans people and genderqueer people, and the thought of, I just had a baby, the thought of sending my child to school who has a queer family, with this law in place, it'll be a few years, but pains me greatly. This board has wrestled in every way that I think we know how with this. I truly appreciate our administration for being on this journey with us. Ms. Giovanni, we have we've had many conversations, worked through many things to try and get to a better place. This is partly difficult too, because you know, I've said this before, but in education programs, master's programs, administration programs, that there was not, until recently, you know, LGBTQ students were not discussed necessarily. Sometimes they're still not. And so this wasn't necessarily an area where people learned in their teacher ed programs how to support LGBTQ students. But now, you know, we are deeply invested as a district in doing that. And so we have to, in the face of this, ramp up our efforts even more. I do appreciate, you know, everything that Dr. Bullock has done in his office, and you know, with his staff to really support those efforts. It's a great loss to not have him with us anymore. I want to say that in wrestling with this policy, this set of policies, one of the things, you know, people have had a chance to read them. The piece around gender identity, and not being able to have instruction around gender identity, sexuality, and sexual activity. So one of the things we wanted to, you know, to put into the policy is clarity about what instruction and the difference between instruction and representation. And so the representation is important, and I'm gonna, you know, keep saying that to, you know, for family structures, for identities. That doesn't mean we're teaching about these things. And I also, you know, want to say, and I think I'm speaking to, I mean, we heard these kids speak today, speaking to them, others in, you know, in the community, that I really believe the coming out process is very personal, and people should have a right to that. I do think the notification piece is, I personally, Emily Chavez, think it does violate Title IX, but there's not legal standing for that at this time. The Campaign for Southern Equality has made a case around that. But we do have to comply. And I want to say this law is already in existence. And so we are moving forward. I am moving forward, knowing that. And so what we are doing is working with the administration on procedures. And I appreciate the work that has already been done to think deeply around how to support LGBTQ students in the schools. And I also think we have an opportunity to support parents in supporting their kids, because most parents want to support their kids, but sometimes when their kids come out, it's scary to parents, and we need to understand that. So, so that's, you know, some of what we need to be thinking about here. And maybe I'll save the rest, my, any other comments for the task force piece, but those are some of the things I wanted to say. And as I said, speaking a lot to my LGBTQ community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. Any other comments from board members? Mrs. Carter Alton.
I will only add also that this has been very painful and this has been very difficult for us. And our values have not changed. And this is just a charge for us to continue to do better and better and better at supporting our children and making safe, affirming spaces in our schools. And the work does not, the policies are one thing. We know that. What I'm eager to do is put the procedures in place and the guidelines and make sure that every single one of our staff and our students know that we are supportive of all of our students, especially those that are most marginalized, including, but not limited to, our LGBTQIA+ community members. So I'm eager to go ahead and provide the guidance that I know our educators have been asking for. And I appreciate the recommendations that have come to make sure that there's a liaison at every school. I think that's a really solid one, and also an anonymous reporting system. So I'm eager to continue talking to staff about those types of things as well.
Ms. Valladares.
We continue to work with our administration. I think, I highlight the strategic plan as much as I can, because that is definitely like the roadmap that we have to make sure that, priority one, which is academic achievement, all of these hinge on making sure our kids feel safe. Priority two, which, definitely talks about the whole child. So this is a moment of lament. I think it is a moment of lament in the sense that things are happening to school districts across the United States, which are creating the types of isolation and the types of fears that are contrary to children thriving. And I echo what my colleagues have said in terms of how we have grappled with this as people who are from the community, as people who have loved ones from the community, as people who are also parents, as people who are also community members, as people who are accountable. And to say that we have grappled, it's actually, we have grappled both physically in terms of hours, in terms of meetings, but I think emotionally, there's an emotional toll. And, it's been really reassuring that my colleagues and I have been in phone conversations. We've talked about this over and over. We grapple with this in leadership. And that is the hard thing of leadership. It is hard to know when we are told that we got sworn into office. And one of the first things that it says is you are sworn in to uphold all local, state, and federal law. The ask for us to say we're not complying is not an option, in the sense that we can pretty much all step down from our seats. I mean, somebody can bring the statement and said you swore, you got sworn in to uphold laws. I spoke to somebody during one of the meetings, and I said, sometimes intersectionality is weaponized, and it can be weaponized because you're more than one identity. And it's supposed to dilute who you are, and that's not true. It hurts all the ways, and you hurt in many more ways, and it's actually compounded. And so I just want to name that there are many intersectional identities that have been oppressed for a long time, and that there are policies. Think about policies about children in cages, their humanity. Think about policies related to deportation and separation of families. Think about policies that pretty much deputize SROs to be able to demand whether a person is here legally or not. Think about policies that also say, what happens to bodies. Think about policies that say, we can go endlessly, right? All these policies are inherently causing harm. And so one of the things that I do know is that I'm very glad to be a part of this board with caring
folks who care about the education of children. And we have grappled with this because we are also understanding that there is an inherent risk for a school district of our magnitude in terms of looking at all this and saying, let's just wait till January rolls over. But there is something else with that. There's trust that our superintendent understands where this board stands, that our administration knows exactly where this board stands, and that every DPS educator needs to know the direction this board has taken with policy 1735, which is, we are one of the very few districts that actually has a policy. Dr. Tanya Giovanni, is that true?
You are the only board that has an actual policy. Everyone else has it in guidelines or procedures.
And so thank you so much for that. We are the only board that has, the only district that has a policy. And that was work that I commend all of you who are out there, Rainbow Collective for Change, folks who have worked as educators, and I've named so many folks, Jack Turnwald, Matt Hickson, you know, so many folks who have worked with us. I mean, I'm not trying to leave anybody out, but we are the only district with a policy. And so what we ask our community to do is to let our administration work to make sure that our kids are safe, work to make sure that these policies that are aimed at causing harm and at restricting things don't cause further harm in the sense in how it's implemented. And so what we're trying to say is that this policy does not immediately out a child who has a question. And it was important for us to say that, you know, like questions and folks having their First Amendment rights. First Amendment rights are there. But we have been very intentional about how we are approaching this, and compliance with law is in a way not just coping out and not just like giving in. It's actually a protection mechanism as well, because we know that we can do this work. And I trust the leadership. I also want to highlight, if in case community folks don't know, that our attorneys, Tharrington Smith, I don't want to put your business out there, but you are the advisors, the legal advisors to many districts around the area. And so for somebody to compare us to another district and say other districts are doing better, I want to see that. I want to see it. I want to see that, because in reality, the legal counsel that we have, while it may be different, and I'm not speaking for Tharrington Smith, but we have one of the most involved legal counsel that we can have, who are actually working with other districts and grappling with and they're grappling with these questions too. And we actually got a chance to see them at the Greensboro, North Carolina School Boards Association meeting, where we could all kind of come together with a few of them, not all of us, but, you know, we were able to kind of do that. And I commend also my colleague Millicent, you know, having those conversations. There were quite a few of us having those conversations and taking advantage of those opportunities, you know, to mingle and greet other board members. So what I'm saying is that this is a complicated thing, but it's not something that we are doing because we don't have the guts. If any of you know me and know any of the folks here, this is not about us not having guts. This is about us arriving at a sensible period where we understand that January is rolling around, and that we trust that between January and the rest of the months, we are going to figure out as a district how to affirm our kids and make sure harm doesn't happen. And we have those levers. We have an office that looks at grievances, and maybe there's ways to amp up advocacy, and there's ways to continue to, you know, continue to listen to the ways that harm is actually happening. But we have to start somewhere. And our legal counsel has also been walking with us step by step that we have to start somewhere in order to even continue to build out the kinds of supports that our district needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis.
So I just want to say thank you to our administration, our team, Dr. Giovanni, Dr. King, for all of your hard work, our attorney, Mr. Malone, and his team as well. We were very methodic and intentional, as you explained, all the steps we've taken to get to this place. And I just want to say, this is the same thing that Ms. Carter Alta said. This gives our staff direction with clear policy and processes so that we're all on the same page. one of the things that struck me this evening, I think Ms. Byer touched on it, there was some miscommunication that I was hearing from our community members about this. We've wrestled with these policies. We probably can recite them at this point. Please continue to reach out to us. Let's keep the conversation and communication going. That engagement is important, that people are having the right information along the way. That's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Ms. Lewis, you took the words out of my mouth. I was gonna say, I think as we work on these policies and move forward, we do need to have a place where people can report. And I encourage folks to keep in communication with us as a board. It's new, it's different, but we also know clear what our expectation and our values are. And so we need to be in communication so that when things happen, we're able to fix it, where it can revise, we can edit, and we can support folks to make sure that our kids and families and educators are in the inclusive environments that we desire. So.
I move that we waive the second reading and accept these policies as presented to us today.
Can you list the policies, Ms. Lewis?
I sure can.
We got multiple. on here.
Policy 3540, policy 1735-4035 7235, and policy 1310/4002.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Lewis, seconded by Ms. Byer. Is there any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. Thank you. With that, we're gonna take a quick, we'll do 5-minute recess just to give us a chance to stand up, stretch our legs, use the restroom if you need, and we'll be back here at 9:16. All right, we are back from that quick recess. Thank you to so many of you who are hanging with us tonight. We do have a pretty lengthy agenda, but so many important items as we do the work of the school system. So the next item on our agenda is operational services. We have Durham School of the Arts, Design, Development, and Presentation. I'm gonna pass it over to you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Davis.
Good evening, board chair, vice chair, board members. Greetings to the superintendent, executive, cabinet level, and administrator leadership. And thank you to the community who is present here this evening. I am Frederick Davis, Senior Executive Director for Building Services for Durham Public Schools Operations. This evening, I will be your narrator for the purpose of providing you information that supports moving the design development of the new Durham School of the Arts into the next phase of construction documents. Based on board policy, the superintendent or their designee must present an update to the board prior to moving into construction documents. This phase will allow DPS administration to move closer to erecting a new School of the Arts. We have with us today our design team, O'Brien Atkins and Perkins and Will, with over 40 plus years of designing public and K through 12 institutions. They will present how they've handled the problem in a sustainable and design efficient way. Followed that, we have our program management team of Kate Services, as well as our construction manager at risk team of Balfour Beatty, Monteith Construction, and Wright Build International that will come to you, providing you information on real cost data that helps determine our budget. I will then conclude by providing you additional information that was requested through collaborative engagement with the community, as well as an update should the board make the decision of moving towards construction documents, as well as a status update of the overall 10-year CIP and the bond. Next slide, please. So first, I want to start by how DSA and the 10-year CIP is related to our priority goals for the district. Priority 5 states that by 2028, we will increase K-12 student enrollment to achieve 100% utilization of seat capacity at school levels, approximately increasing our enrollment to 35,000. This school, among other schools, will increase that and help us reach our goal. We find this outcome by developing strategies. One is conducting data-driven decisions based on FCA or facility conditions assessments, conducting quantitative and quality facility conditions assessments that is our guiding tool to provide health, safe, and technologically current environmental conscious facilities. And then we have our learning environment guidelines, or LEGs, that we review and upgrade specialized learning spaces, including classrooms, media centers, common areas to facilitate learning, foster collaboration, and support innovation. These things will be addressed during our presentation today. Next slide, please. And with that, we'll begin our presentation on Durham School of the Arts. Next slide. And so to reorient it, how we got to this point, I bring your attention to October 21st. It was on that day, as we were continuing down the path of renovating the existing Durham School of the Arts, we hired a third-party consultant to do what we call a facility cost index, a risk assessment, to make sure that the public dollars that we were anticipating receiving were used in an efficient manner. Based on that discussion, the board decided that it would be an efficient way to use money to do a new construction versus the cost in comparison of a renovation. Not only cost was one of the distributing factors, but transportation concerns, logistical concerns, as well as growing concerns of having students in a unsafe, unpredictable environment for 5 to 7 years. Based on that decision, the board decided to move towards a new construction project. We began RFQ selection, where we looked at several design firms across the country and the state, and we selected and recommended O'Brien Atkins and Perkins and Will based on their numerous experience in K through 12 facilities, public facilities, as well as schools for the arts. We began the kickoff in June of 2022 with a parade of meetings that you see there. I just want to highlight a couple of them for you. We've had numerous department head meetings, which help us establish the program which you will see here today. We also have had a budget review during our schematic design phase, where we looked at how, with the construction manager at risk, how we can cut costs to make sure that we are being efficient, but not jeopardizing the program that was stated by administration. We then heard from the community about the lack of community involvement. We then provided several opportunities to engage and hear some of the issues, concerns that the staff may have. We then came back and were able to address many of those concerns. We then had additional community meetings separate from staff to highlight the many amenities and the many state-of-the-art areas that will be into the new construction. And thus, we're here today. The team will provide you an update of the design development, and we hope that the information that we provide you will move us to the next phase, which is construction documents. The construction documents phase allows us to continue to refine our design, updating you on costs, as well as making sure all the program needs has been successfully managed. Next slide, please. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Barbara Crum with Perkins and Will, who will highlight some of the many features of the new Durham School of the Arts.
Thank you, and thank you for letting us present this to you. I know it's a long night, and I'll try and be brief. There, can you hear me now? Got it. Thank you. Thank you. I will try and be brief. I feel terrible for you all staying this late, but thank you very much for the opportunity. Just a few things about the high school. We are thrilled to be part of this, the high school, middle school, and just things that I think make a huge difference in really moving from where you are to the new site. We are really designed this consolidated campus. And one of the issues we found with touring the existing building was all the security and the doors and the numbers of ways people can get on campus. We've really designed a courtyard that would be secure, that kids can be in all the time, but that will lock down after kids come in the morning. So it will have a single outdoor courtyard, a consolidated campus. Also a music and theater building, both of which have adjacent art rooms. So, you know, at the existing campus, art rooms are way across the campus from the auditorium. Dance rooms are in the different building. So here you'll have a music building that has all the band, orchestra, piano lab, guitar classrooms, and the new concert hall all located together. Similarly, the theater building will have the dance, the drama, the choral, tech theater, tech classrooms, a black box theater, a 150-seat black box theater, and a 500-seat theater. And again, the adjacencies are so important, so those kids can go from stage to rehearsal room and back and forth. Similarly, you know, we have not neglected the athletics. There's a gym building that has a high school gym and a middle school gym. And again, the supporting weight room, training room, offices, and separate locker rooms for the high school and middle school students. Having heard all the conversation about the separation of middle and high school, we have put them at the opposite ends of the gym. So hopefully they will really stay separate. The other thing that we found when we looked at the existing building is the counselors and the assistant principals are all over the building. We are located the counselor suite and the APs very near the students. The counselor suites right off, it's adjacent to the cafeteria and the media center. So again, the student services are terribly accessible to the entire population. Next slide, please. When we started this job, you know, we had some user groups when we started, and one of the things we sort of felt was the importance of the buildings, the main buildings, the performance buildings, the cafeteria being off a courtyard, having a kind of making this courtyard, making this secure space. But we sort of looked at it as a community of creatives. There was a place that all of these creatives could interact, where you would have cross-curricular activities and really a real place to show your craft. So we developed this courtyard that had the main buildings on it. It has the theater building, the concert hall building, the cafeteria media center building, and the gym. Any one of which can be open 24/7, all of them could be, but again, they're independent buildings that you can use and the community can use anytime. And above that, we floated 2 rings of high schools, of classrooms. And in reality, we put the middle school on one level and we put the high school on one level, again, separating them. And they have different stairs. They won't be using the same bathrooms. They can have different operationally cores. So basically, the middle school is separated from the high school. Next one, please. It's a wonderful site. It's a greenfield site. It did have some old buildings on the top on that flat area. And it does have a good bit of topography, which really worked to our advantage of being able to put the theaters down in the land. And therefore, they're Environmentally, we use less land by doing this, and it also keeps the heat and cooling of those buildings less. So we built in the middle of the site. We do have wetlands to the south, which is a beautiful sort of feature that I think we talked to the science people about using as an outdoor classroom, and a great topography that you'll see we've nestled in the parking in. It does have a couple easements, and again, we've stayed away from those easements by building in the middle of the site. We built in the middle of the site because it was the flattest part, but also we feel strongly about going vertically, that touch the land as lightly as you can, take down as few trees as you can, and really build a sustainable building. Next one, please. And so you'll see the site plan of those 4 buildings in the bottom and the ring around them. And of course, one of the things we dealt with is the issues of cars and traffic. And we did a loop road that takes all of the traffic off of Stadium Drive and Duke Homestead. So you don't have what you have now of stopping all the traffic on Duke Street. You'll come in off of Stadium Drive, and the loop goes all the way down to the south, where there's parent drop off and pickup and faculty and parent parking. At the top, you come in from Duke Street, Duke Homestead Street, and the students would come in that way so they don't mix with the other traffic. The buses also, though, will come off Stadium Drive and drop at the top of the site at the media center and the cafeteria. So again, we've worked really hard to make the traffic patterns seamless and really work to separate student and adult parking. Next one, please. Just to reiterate sort of the stacking of the building, that lower level has the main big box theater and the, as I said, the theater, the cafeteria, the concert hall, and then the gyms. And then up above, we did put the art rooms on the second floor because the media center, the middle school doesn't take as much classroom space as the high school. We have the art rooms there. And one of the reasons we put them up there was for the natural light. We wanted those rooms to have the north and south light, which is best for art. So it made a lot of sense to put them. And let me say, I heard a lot of the conversation before. We have on that floor, the looping, the 6th grade loops. There are 2 6th grade cohorts of 4 classrooms each, 2 7th grade cohorts of 4 classrooms each, and you could do the 8th grade cohorts there also. The 8th grade has to have some math classrooms upstairs, so we did that also. But basically, all middle school teachers will have their own classroom because of the 4 classroom looping. And there's even a 5th for each. For the 6th grade cohort, there's a 5th. For the 7th grade, there's a 5th. And for the 8th grade, there's a 5th. So basically, the middle school classrooms, middle school teachers will all have their own classroom. And as I say, the middle school is really isolated from the upper school. There are stairways that come down to that arts quarter that high school kids could use. And we talked about having them operationally just high school stairways. So those kids won't go on the halls with middle school students. Next. Just to reiterate, that's the plan of the courtyard. We're doing this sort of wonderful path that goes all the way through, and it'll pick you up on the bottom from parent drop off, pick you up on the top from bus drop off, and take you all the way through this courtyard. And you see that sort of heart-shaped shape is an outdoor amphitheater that you'll see in a minute in a rendering. Next one. Just a section through here again to sort of explain to you what opens on the courtyard. You'll see on the left-hand side is the concert hall. It's a cut through the concert hall. And you're coming in off the courtyard on the balcony level. And as I said, you're using that land to sort of bury our big performance spaces. So they're not so high up, and they're also buried in the ground, and you get the extra height in there that you need. So similarly, the theater has a similar section. And on the other side is the cafeteria, and you see the 2 levels of classrooms up above. Everybody oriented towards that courtyard, that it really is the social center of the school. Next one. And just to show you, coming in from the bus drop off, coming down towards the building, and the building does have fences that would be closed off after 8:30 or after kids come in. And then you have to go through an office to get into that courtyard. So once school starts, the courtyard is totally secure. Next. And that's that office that you will come in. You'll go through that office after the fences are closed in the morning. And then through that office, you'll get badged and get sent into the courtyard or into whatever building you need to go to. Next one. And this is my favorite. This is the courtyard. And we really envision this as being an outdoor learning space, you know, an outdoor socializing space, a pre-function space for the theater and the concert hall and any gym activities. And the other thing we talked about is really it's a sculpture garden. Hopefully students will be able to display their artwork here and really use every part of this courtyard. Next one, please. And that's just the lobby, beginning to show you the lobby into the concert hall and how it relates to that courtyard so that you can have pre-function outside or inside. We also thought about performances in this space, and we are treating it acoustically, so you can have musical performances in these lobbies. Next, please. One of the conversations that we had a lot about the classrooms, and you've heard a lot about this, the count of classrooms, we said that, you know, in every school that we're doing these days, we really try and do collaborative space for teachers. And it's space that teachers, when they're not in a classroom, can use, and it's space there they can collaborate. You know, we are seeing English and history teachers collaborate, math and science teachers, physics and history teachers, all kinds of collaboration. So a space where they can collaborate. It does have this planning, these kinds of planning rooms that we're doing have lockers. They can leave their personal belongings here. They have a copier. They have, you know, the microwave and the refrigerator. So it's all that sort of stuff. But it also has a sort of private space at the end that you can close off if you want to work by yourself, if you want to meet with a teacher, if you want to make a private phone call, if you want to meet with a student. So we're thinking that these spaces do a number of things for the faculty, and we have them on each floor in both corners. And then we have one downstairs in the gym also. So we'll have, I think, 4 or 5 planning rooms. Next. Just to reiterate, so someone said to you earlier, you're going to see this slide. Well, here it is. You know, this is the slide that talks about the number of classrooms. And, you know, let me reiterate again that every middle school teacher will have their own classrooms. And the high school teachers, again, you know, it may happen that 2 or 3 or 4 of them float, but basically we will have 108 instructional units. And we assume that these instructional units are used 85% of the time. And that means that some of those music rooms aren't used all the time. Some of those dance rooms aren't used all the time. And basically, if you took an average of 25 students in each of those, and the band room may have 40, 50, or 60 students, a smaller, you know, debate room may have 10 or 12. So we always use average of 25. If you took those numbers, 108 times 25 students, it's 2,700 students. And we say, you know, they're not used all the time. And this is typical school planning. So that's where we're getting that number of almost 2,300 student capacity. And so the other line that you're not seeing there is we looked at the current school, and the current school does have 111 teaching spaces, but 17 of those are less than 650 square feet, which means you have really it's rooms that you can't use. The DPI, the Department of Public Instruction, you know, has a standard of like 700 to 750, and none of our classrooms are below 700, and most of them are 750, in the range of 750 to 800. So again, although there are 1,100 instructional units in your existing building, a lot of them are unusable, or certainly you couldn't do a real class in them. Next one, please. I'm going to let Stephen Harris talk about sustainability.
Hello, everybody. I'm Stephen Harris, and I represent the O'Brien Atkins of the partnership with Perkins and Will. And real quickly, I'm going to hit some sustainability points. This building and the design team is very sensitive to the environmental impact and the wellness of the students, and we are looking at these following features. First of all, we're going to have a high performance envelope. The building is going to basically have enough insulation and windows that allow it to maintain a very good energy use. And so we're targeting an EUI target of 30, and that's energy use intensity. And just for reference, the average national is north of 100. So 30 is a very good target, and it meets the school board's target to approach net zero by 2035. We also are right now and currently looking at a study to look how we can use our roofs for solar panels, which will also contribute to that. Looking at our interior spaces, you'll saw from the renderings that Barbara showed that we have a lot of windows that contributes daylighting to all the spaces. All the student spaces will have access to natural light and views to the exterior, which, as you could see, we had a lot of nice like wetlands, forested areas. And there's plenty of studies that I think everyone probably in this room are aware of, that the enhancements that this gives to the students as far as focus and even academic performance when those things are available. So we're proud that those opportunities are in this building. And I do know some of those opportunities are lacking in the existing facility. Barbara mentioned this a little bit. We tried to minimize the impact on the site by going vertical with the building. So we were reducing the amount of trees that we were taking down. This list says low VOC materials. VOC is volatile organic compounds. And that's, your asbestos and lead that's probably in your existing facility. This new facility will be built of healthy materials that the students will not have to be exposed to that. So, and then this is a brief list, but I do want to also note that we are targeting 3 Green Globe certification. Green Globe is a certification system, much like LEED, which most folks are familiar with, that has a comprehensive list of items that we analyze and we make sure that we use. And 3, of course, is at the upper end. So this project is going to be a top tier sustainable project for Durham Public Schools. Thank you. Next slide. I'm going to transition to Calvin Stevens with Kate Services.
I'll move it back up. I'm Calvin Stevens with Kate Services. I'll be giving information from myself as well as our construction team. Big thing I want to do kind of start out is, if you saw the dates we said earlier about when we started this process, when our company came on board, we were given a budget that we've tried to do our best to meet. And I want to commend the construction design team first off for one biggest piece. Construction costs have risen 18% over the last year, and we've been able to maintain our overall stated budget, even though it was above what you had wanted and passed in the bond. We did state 18 months ago this project would cost approximately $241 million as the program stood. Initially, the program, there's some items that were added, which put the money, they put our budget there. But we've done a great job of keeping that budget over the year. We're actually within $1.9 million of what we thought this building would cost last year. So I commend the team of making continually adjustments to get us to this budget for this school. So if you look at the cost of $241 million, it's all the soft costs, carrying FF&E money, as well as the construction cost in the budget, as well as adding the bid alternates of athletic fields, upfit a concert hall, as well as a middle school, which again added to the budget, but again would be acceptable alternates as a total possible cost of $256 million. This is not guaranteed because again, construction costs we have seen a small downturn. I don't want to say construction costs are coming down if you're doing any work at home, but I will say we've had 5 months of de-escalation in some construction commodities, which may give us which will help us maintain this budget cost as we move into the construction phase of construction. Next slide, please. It's very small, but this is going to give you some idea of where we compare in other districts. Our team, Balfour Beatty, Monteith, and Wright Build has built over 30 schools in the state of North Carolina. Most recently, Apex High School. Prior to that, they built Willow Springs High School. Prior to that, school at high school after school, high school after high school. So saying that, with our construction costs, we feel very good about where they are today, as well as the later slides will say about where costs could be if there's any long delays. We're right in line with other high schools. The biggest piece of this school in comparison to other school districts, and again, we've worked in these other school districts, and they've been very happy to give us their budget numbers. They've broken some of these schools in pieces, mainly because, again, these budgets are just getting absorbed. There is a high school by a school district right now in planning is $350 million. So, and that has a medical piece to it. But again, school prices are going up. And of course, anything that has that component for extra education outside the typical curriculum is going to give you a slight increase in square foot price. And you will see there, our school has a significant additional pieces with the performing arts that add to our price. But quite honestly, we're cost in line. And again, I'm basing that cost off 2,200 students, not of the full capability of the school. The school has capability of 2,700 or so. So again, if you went to a cost per student cost, it would actually be very much in line with a lot of other schools happening here throughout the Southeast. Charlotte-Mecklenburg School at the top just passed their bond. Those were just planning numbers. So in all honesty, I doubt if they build them for that price. Because again, their budget, like our budget, was set 2 years ago. So we'll see where their $200 million schools end up in today's money themselves. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Frederick to kind of talk a little bit more about the renovation option that he had us price.
Next slide, please. So we did some further investigation, as Mr. Stevens said and mentioned, and basically solely on time and budget, We believe that a pause or a further look at a renovation office or option would again delay any construction activity, as well as cost upwards of 372 million. This is based on the approved program that was set by the district. And so what that means is if there were some changes in the programs, yes, an option that does not fulfill the 31,000 students' performance could save us some money. But I just want to make sure that we understand that this is an apples to apples comparison. And when you bring in other fruit, then you can't compare them. And so based on square foot costs of renovation versus new, as we stated in 2021, the more feasible and efficient option would be for the progress of a new construction. Next slide, please. Again, before you today is a recommendation to move into construction documents. We'll again continue to refine the design and constructability through the partnership of our design and construction management team. We hope as we continue to move forward, we will bring for you a GMP for a submission of site demolition. And once that begins, we'll bring for you another GMP for building construction. And we anticipate as we continue in this current schedule to be substantially complete in summer of 2026 with the opening of fall 2026. Next slide, please. So I just want to provide you a capital improvement update, as DSA is only one school of the many schools in our 10-year CIP. And I want to pause to say that in the last 3 years, we have designed and constructed 4 schools. And for a district who traditionally has not made any improvements over 20 plus years, you ought to thank yourself as a board to really move the needle forward to ensuring that all of our facilities are 21st century learning environments. And so as you see here, these are the projects that we have successfully completed following this same process. And we hope that per the direction today, we will start the bids in March. We will begin construction of Glenn Elementary, which we passed last fall. And then we will look at the other many needs of the district, reevaluating where we are based on the construction costs of Durham School of the Arts. Next slide, please. So again, we've always stated in building services that we operate off of time, scope, and money. Today, we gave you the scope, the design development from our design team. We gave you the time, which is the schedule where we are here. We gave you the budget. And so with that, we recommend that we continue to refine the design with moving to construction documents. With that, we'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Davis and team. Thank you all for being here. I apologize. We have you here at such a late hour, but we really appreciate the information that you provided. I think you mentioned this a little bit in the beginning, but reminding folks that in 2019, we had this facilities assessment done where we had consultants and experts go and look at every single building, look behind the veil a little bit to see what was needed as far as prioritizing the needs in our building. And that's how DSA got on this 10-year list because of the great need to renovate the building. I'm sure Mr. Davis could go into more details about all the things listed on that. We don't have to do that tonight, but that's kind of how we got to where we are in prioritizing DSA on this list. So I'll open it up for questions from board members. Ms. Rogers.
Thank you for this presentation. I'm appreciative that y'all are all here. Can we get sort of like a ballpark of how many times or how much money has been invested in the current DSA site?
We have over, as Executive Director of Building Service, we have over 200 plus unattainable work orders for DSA. Some of those are reference to heating and cooling in spaces that classrooms are taking place. However, due to inefficient, they're actually storage rooms, so we can address some of those facility needs. As you look at a building that was built in 1921 and 1950, some of those materials are no longer in service. And so instead of being able to replace a material with the exact material, we have to unfortunately put plywood in its place until the time that we can actually do something new. And so add an antique car, at some point you make a decision as you continue to pour money into it, is it more cost effective to get a brand new car to drive into the future?
Thank you. That's helpful. I guess my other question was major renovation. When was the last major renovation done at DSA, the current DSA?
So if you call it a major renovation, about 2 years ago, we did some upfits such as building envelope, some new windows, a roof on just the main building, as well as we used some ESSER dollars during COVID to change out some of the 100+ fan core units. Those are these units here that are in each classroom, and that you look at, if those go down, that takes a service call, a disruption in the class that we have to go in to fix those. In a new building, we have a centralized unit, ways to not disrupt class if we do have to maintain those systems. So hopefully that answers your question.
That answers my question perfectly. I'm really appreciative of the presentation as a DSA alum. I'm really excited that we have an opportunity to do something different. As a board member, as a parent, I know that classrooms and school buildings are supposed to be gateways to the future, and you guys are building a gateway to the future for these future students of DSA. I look forward to supporting this work.
Thank you. Ms. Lewis?
Yes, thank you for this presentation and these updates, and also the historical where we've been. Few quick questions. Are the students in the current DSA building currently middle school and high school, do they ever cross paths, as that's come up as a concern?
Yes, they currently commingle.
And how so?
As many of the arts classrooms are in the main building, we have the former car building that has most of the core curriculum, but there, as witnessed today, students at the 6th, 7th, 8th grade level that must matriculate into the main building that has 9 through 12.
Okay, and thank you also for sharing the renovation costs to do an apples to apples comparison. And I know that when we were looking to, before the board had looked at Northern to do a renovation before deciding on the new build, what does your apples to apples comparison include? I guess the risk associated if you're to do a renovation, what could happen, what you could find?
Right. So those numbers combine real and unknown numbers. Anytime you open up a ceiling or a floor, those are uncertainties. And in this market, whenever you don't have clear-cut directions, a contractor will pad that number to cover their own profit and overhead. No offense to constructors out here, but that is the truth. So when there's unknowns, you can't put a real dollar amount on it. And so you would inflate that so that you cover your costs if and when there's some issues. And we know from a 1921 building, there will be issues.
Okay. And then shifting to the possible new school, traffic patterns has been looked at and talked about as well. What about bike accessibility, bike paths and walk paths? Is that included in the design?
So those are off-site road improvements. We're working with our city and county transportation departments to put together a list of those off-site road improvements. They will come before the board in those alternates. And so we are working to establish those, but that will be a budget number that we will make a decision on following through.
And can you tell me more about the plan for the 800-seat concert hall? What are the possibilities you had thought about?
So it's a public good. And so we will use it through the DSA curriculum, but we also want to take advantage of our community. And so we look at it as a potential for facility rentals as well as other community engagements.
And then with the courtyard, it looks like the gate is translucent. You can see through it. Doesn't look like it's, so I want to make sure that it stays a part of the design as well, being open. And looking at the pictures, it looks like a college campus. Innovative, a place that students will want to be, very thoughtful, even the theater in the center of the court. So I know that when we were looking at the plans and designs for Northern, there was a lot of concerns from the arts, drama department. So I just want to be mindful to keep the final plans with those things in place that you've heard before, when we've been here before with Northern as well. And the planning rooms, it feels like almost like going to a coffee shop, just changing your work environment a bit. If there's a reframe allowed, I hear you say that's what other school districts are doing now, moving more towards planning joint spaces like that, and also having some privacy.
That is correct, yes.
Within those, okay. Those are my questions, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Other board members? Ms. Byer.
So I want to thank the team that's been working so hard on this. And I want to thank the speakers that came tonight and those that have been emailing us. I want to be clear that I don't think this board at all goes down a path and doesn't think of all the ramifications and the options we do acknowledge that the cost of construction has gone up. We do have plans, some of which have been discussed here and some which are forthcoming about how to continue to work on the elementary schools. There are middle schools that need work. There are more elementary schools. There are other high schools. Jordan High School needs to be replaced in my opinion. And those are big projects that are coming. I want to also acknowledge that we have worked tirelessly with our county budget staff and county commissioners to build strong, trusted relationships. Some said, it was one of our meetings 6 or 7 or 8 years ago where PTA parents from DSA took county commissioners over on tours to show them the conditions and show them some of it you can't enjoy until you've smelt it. I mean, it is there. Some of the HVAC issues are intense. Some of the wood covering brown funky pipes with stuff. I mean, I think it's concerning the current state that we have 1,800 students in, and frankly, the project is overdue. And I'm so glad to see it here. If you all would talk a bit about how teachers have been included in the week-long residencies that you did specifically with DSA teachers. Do you mind speaking to that a little bit for folks?
Yes, we've had several meetings again at the pre-function, pre-design, and schematic design in order for us to develop a program. We had administrative heads of each department meet with the design team to understand how they currently are teaching and how they currently work. And I can assure you that the design team has done a successful job of maintaining how they currently work. We're providing new innovative ways of working. We've also had other updates to inform the teachers of the new design. We've come back in a collaborative method and adjust the design based on some of those goals that were attainable while staying within the time, scope, and budget of the project.
Could you speak to some of the you went the architect at that, are you calling? Yeah, she went to, yeah. A lot of meetings.
Oops, here we go again. When we started the project, we really did spend 4 days up here meeting with in that wonderful old building, mini whatever. Doing 4 days and meeting with representatives of every group, all the academics, the science, the English and math, and everybody, the administration, the counselors, music, choral, every one of them. And they really gave us a list of what they wanted. And I know somebody said to me when we were sitting outside today, say something good about what you heard. Interestingly enough, after we came back from those meetings and we finally shared the plans, the music people were thrilled, the theater people were thrilled, all of the arts people were thrilled with what they got. They said, you really listened. And so we did that second meeting, and yet we still got some comments from them that on the second round of 2 days up here. And we went back and we did a third round. So we met really with the major stakeholders 3 times. And then we met, the other meetings that he was talking about with the staff and the community. But we did 3 really in-depth sort of user group, sort of review and approvals.
I appreciate y'all describing some of that. I think from being in Durham, I can say we can never do enough community engagement. And so I think there's lessons to be learned going forward about how we could even do better. But I do appreciate y'all listening and revising along the way. It does feel like there are some new spaces that will be in this building that aren't in the current one. Largely concert hall, and the acoustics of that I think will be different than, say, Weaver. Do you have some thoughts about that? And
oh, right. We have had a lot of specialty consultants on this, and we have a fabulous acoustical consultant out of Chicago, and he's worked really hard to make that concert hall and the practice rooms, the performance teaching rooms, the band room, the chorus room, or whatever, have that same sound. So when you are learning that as in one of those teaching rooms, when you go into that concert hall, it sounds exactly the same. And we really, these are very high end. These are guys. Matter of fact, that theatrical, the acoustical consultant is called Threshold Acoustics, and the guy who's working with us is working on the Obama Library. So they're very high end, and they're really good about isolating everything. And they're isolating noise from the outside as well as inside. They talk about that, between spaces, but also any sort of ambient noise from highway or train or anything.
I love the design and the openness of the design. I love that you've put those performance spaces so that you could have simultaneous performances going on or rehearsals without them disturbing each other. I do believe that that it's just a gorgeous design, and the amphitheater in the middle, I think, will be the common space for the community. And I just I'm excited about all the work that you all have done. Mr. Davis, can you remind us what you're asking us to approve this evening?
Yes, so a part of the design team's contract is to move us through design. We've done pre-planning, we've done schematic design, we have just showcased the design development. And so the next phase is called construction documents. This is when the team, again, refines the design in terms of its constructability, its cost for the work, true measurements, to really give us a detailed cost per square foot. And so we're asking to move into that phase in order to shore up our numbers as well as shore up our schedule to have this ready in 2026.
And just to be clear, is there any input in that refinement for the concerns that some of the educators have expressed?
Yes, so we currently have a bi-weekly design team meeting that school administration as well as operations and academic services are a part of. And so during those bi-weekly meetings, the design team as well as the construction manager risk have input from those stakeholders to make sure that any other concerns that they may have during this process are being adhered to.
Thank you. That's super helpful.
Other questions or comments from board members? Ms. Carter-Otton.
Just say a couple things at risk because it's past my bedtime. So hopefully this comes out clearly. Thank you so much. What other folks here don't see is that we've been bugging Mr. Davis with questions all throughout this process. So he's been very patient with us. Thank you for continuing to be patient as we try to make the best decisions for all the students of Durham. And I really appreciate the community sending us emails and calling us and coming here tonight to share concerns. This is difficult. And I think the unfortunate reality is that we just don't even have close near the funding to support the needs of all of our schools. My kids are at elementary school that could use a lot of help right now too, right? But we need to provide support for schools in the order in which they need the support most, right? So a rigorous process has been undergone, and we're following that process here. We don't want to patchwork fix what's going on at DSA. We want to provide a campus that can support the needs of our students for the next 50 years, if not more. This is a unique opportunity to provide arts education to those who might not otherwise be able to access arts education, right? So public school experience for those who can't necessarily afford private violin lessons or painting or pottery. This is really important to us to be able to provide this school. So all that said, this is challenging. We don't have enough money. We recognize that, but we want to be able to provide the best DSA for the future of Durham. It is very important to me that we take into consideration some of the concerns from the educators about space. I know that you already have been, so just to make sure that as we're refining this, that we address the main needs and make sure we're planning for the future. I also have concerns about the separation of middle and high school students. I appreciate the question from my colleague, board member Lewis. And your response to that. I would just like us to continue to consider I have a fourth grader. I can picture her like in this space in a couple of years and like what that looks like around an 18-year-old. I hear the concerns. So to the extent that it's possible that we keep our middle and high schoolers separate, I think that would be great. And I think that's all for now. So thank you again, and thank you all.
Mrs. Rogers?
Thanks. I hear everybody's concerns about the separate spaces for middle school and high school. Respectfully, we have middle schools and we have high schools. And if you don't want your kid in school, then perhaps a secondary school with 6th through 12th grade isn't the right place to be. In 1995, when what was then Durham Magnet Center opened, it was a 6-8 school, and parents weren't given an option as to whether or not there would be a high school added. It was added 9th grade, then 10th grade, then 11th grade, then 12th grade. And if parents weren't okay with that, they had to transition to a school that would fit the needs of their students. I know that sounds harsh. I'm not saying that 6th graders and 12th graders don't deserve their own space and that they should be there together or that they should be fraternizing. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that we have ample staff that can help ensure the safety of those students, all students at all of our schools, but most especially at DSA, because that is a community upon which they have built. And that community will travel with them should the educators choose to go there. And that spirit of what it means to be a Bulldog will continue to thrive in whatever space that DSA is occupying. We want students to be able to have access to all the photography and the music courses and the band classes. But what we know is that sometimes intro level courses don't fill up, and there is some intermingling in some of those elective courses. We have to make sure that we're having conversations with our students to teach them what is right versus what is wrong and what is acceptable in school spaces, regardless of the age of students. I think DSA is going to be DSA, and we have to be okay with that. We're not changing, and administration has some flexibility. There can be some lunch and learns where people are learning at lunchtime and everybody's not all the time in the cafeteria or in the courtyard, and flex some spaces in the same ways that over the years they flex spaces at the current DSA. I also want to remind us that equity is hard to define, but it's even more difficult to execute. So when we say that we are not being equitable by not making sure that students are getting the elementary schools that they deserve, we need to take that fight to the state and to the federal government so that they're fully funding the capital needs and we're not putting that pressure on our county commissioners. So that's work that we all have to do together to make sure that all of our capital needs are met. But in the meantime, we have to remember that these students deserve to have restorative practice spaces that are actually restorative, that aren't closets without windows, that our EC students deserve to have the best spaces to learn and to be in community with the general education population. We have work to do to get there, and it's going to take time for us to get more funding for these other buildings. And we've always done this way. We've always set out to do a project and sought out more funding to do the next thing. We have to dream big, shoot for the moon, land among the stars. Let's do this. Let's take care of these students because they deserve better.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Ms. Valladares.
Good evening. Thank you for bringing this to us. To Tonight has been a night of a lot of different topics that are not easy. And we have also had conversations about the options on the table and the work that our administration has done. One of the questions that comes up is what would happen to that piece of land, the Duke Umstead, if we don't do what we said we're going to do for the last decade. We said we're going to build a school that's been out, that's been publicized, that's been talked about, that there's a school. And I had just thought about it in some of the I can't even remember which of you, honestly. We were just talking about, it might have been maybe Emily, we were talking about what school would go there. It was like, if it was Jordan, right? If we wanted to build a new Jordan, would it make sense to situate it at the Duke Umstead? Or maybe it was Bettina. It was you, it was Bettina. Look at this. We have so many conversations, but it was all of you. But the reality is that logistically, it would not make sense to address a different school that is not on the 2019. It's just all these factors, like the timing of the 2019 assessment report, the factor of a school that is an art school. And I also just want to appreciate my colleague, Emily, who actually has a background in going to an art school. And, actually just the vision of increasing that opportunity for 2,000, it says 2,200, but we're saying 2,000, but
Correct.
the
It's
reality is that the
max.
building actually would accommodate 2,225 students, possibly.
That is correct.
And I also love the approach that y'all have, where y'all are like, we're not going to top it off to 100%. We always leave a little bit of room because we never know about ADMs and how they change throughout the year. And we get charter school children who all of a sudden decide that they would rather be in DPS. These are all factors that our administration is considering. And I know, Dr. Mubenga, you have made it really clear. You want our kids to come back. If anybody left DPS, we want to be able to tell you, listen, we're trying to give the best to the kids. We're trying to have state-of-the-art, performance centers. When I was looking at that picture, I thought about the Duke Concourse. If you've been to the Duke Hospital, I've actually played music there, and folks are passing by, and it's just a whole surreal kind of experience to kind of have the sunlight and have the kind of things that are helping kind of increase mood. And we know that a place actually is conducive. Like, this is not exactly that kind of place. This building doesn't speak to me about art, although there is art. Wait, I take that back. Those paintings right there. You know what I mean? But imagine like being an art school in a building from 1920. So I will tell you that I appreciate, and I want to name Mr. John Copel for meeting with all of us. And I have a lot of gratitude because the level of work that a community member, you're not on staff, you're not being paid for this, and the level of commitment that you've had to think about these questions and to come up with, suggestions and to bring them to us and talk to us about them. Like, it is something that needs to be highlighted, right? When community members have such dedication and they bring to us, their recommendations, their suggestions, their concerns. Many of the concerns are around the cost and the opportunity cost of building one state-of-the-art, wonderful, futuristic kind of school, a school for the future, but for the present and future, versus renovation. And, what is the opportunity cost? Like, what doesn't get done because of that? So I've grappled with this, and I want to tell you that I also, in talking to colleagues and also just putting this out, I actually consulted AI. And so my question to AI was, if you have a school building that was built in 1920s and you had the choice to renovate the school from the 1920s, and this of course is on top of all the meetings we've had with you and asking you questions and you telling us about the things and talking to our colleagues. But so I asked AI like about the 1920s and what are some considerations? What are pros and cons? And I just want to read them because actually this is exactly what we're grappling with. So the pros of renovation says preserves history and architecture, may be more cost effective than building new, and reduces waste and environmental impact. And I think that Durham cares about environmental impact. And it also talks about existing community connections. Those are things that I can recognize, that why it makes it so hard, why so many of you are here and it's already like almost 11 o'clock. There are community connections, there's significance and value to what has transpired there. Some of you went to that school, some of you live around that school, so I understand that.
The cons of renovation, though, are that it may not address underlying structural issues. That is a nightmare. When you talk about mold and you renovate mold and it comes back and you have every 2 years, you have to do patchwork things to address spores and all that, that is a nightmare. The underlying cost of structural issues of a building that is from 1920s, and you may change the beams and you may change different things, and you can pretty much say you're building a new building. So you're still doing there's still environmental impact to building new on top of an old structure, but sometimes it doesn't pan out in that way. It also can be disruptive to students and staff. I think that disruption is also something else that our administration factored in and may not meet modern educational standards. That piece right there, I grappled with, because modern educational standards, I think about Duke building Central Tower and having, for example, LEED for, the Trent Siemens building and the Nicholas School, and how like building new and building according to sustainable measures, which I appreciated that, is an important thing to think about. And, there are pros of building new, that it's about meeting educational and accessibility standards. Thank you, AI. But also incorporating modern technology and sustainability features, which we covered in this presentation. And here's one that particularly touched me when, I forget your name, I'm so sorry, but you talked about safety. Barbara, I spend most of my days, I promise you, if I show you my phone, I will show you my phone, 6 o'clock in the morning, sometimes moms wake up, and it is the hardest thing when they're like, I'm sending my kid to a high school that has posed has gone through significant safety concerns. DSA has not escaped that. And the media jumps on these stories immediately. And DSA was actually featured in newspapers because of a safety breach. And I know these are not the kind of things that we want people to know DPS for, because we care about this, we carry this. We're glad that the safety of our kids is, I think, the most current and most visceral thing right now that everybody's experiencing, and how to keep our kids safe. And the fact that your design keeps in mind like restricting access and kind of enclosing and creating an environment where everybody who's there is supposed to be there, or at least we have better measures. And kids can kind of go out into the courtyard, and I think lunch, and I hear the thing about one cafeteria, but this district has worked. Mr. Davis knows that since the pandemic, outdoor, eating spaces and how to do that, and how to make sure that we have the infrastructure for outdoor eating, outdoor learning has been a big part. Teaching kids about their environment, their connection, Ellerby Creek Watershed Association, conversations that include them, and they have also reached out. There's emails going back years. So I think that the safety and security measures, and also addressing growing enrollment and changing demographics, that was a piece that I can't remember. Again, we were talking about the DSA as it is right now. The demographics kind of show us a pattern that is not, that doesn't conform to the patterns in many other schools in terms of racial demographics, in terms of equity. And there's a history there of access to even pools, and a pool that was cemented, to restrict access to that pool. So that's a part of that history of that wonderful building, campus, actually, a couple of buildings that actually has a history. For some people, it's a beautiful history of love. But I've also held space for families that, remember when that pool was cemented, and that was actually a statement to say we restrict the use of this pool to people that are incoming, because there was a change in demographic that was happening in that school. So there's a lot of history there. So the pros of building new, addressing enrollment, changing demographics. Right now we're not serving 2,225 students.
Roughly 1,800.
1,800 students, and we're going to build capacity for 2,000. And we also know that costs are going high, and if we delay this another year, the costs will even go higher. But I do think that we'll continue to do cost benefit analysis. I think that community input that has happened is good, and more of it is required. My only thing with the design is to continue to
I guess, continue to keep the communication with the folks who are here, who are dedicating their time to make sure that this is the best place for the kids. Some of the educators are here tonight, and it's a school night. And I just want to commend also like the community around DSA that loves this place so much, and how to continue to show that collaboration and willingness to hear feedback. So anyways, AI was one part of it, communication was another part of it. But also just the historical thing that a school is going to the Duke Umstead site, and what better school than to match it to a 2019 assessment plan and not wait any longer, because the price of building a school a year from now is going to be astronomical.
Right. I got a few questions. Sorry, I'm gonna keep it brief. Can y'all explain the bid alternative process?
I think I bring one of my contractors up.
That's great.
I can explain it, but you've heard a lot from me, so yeah.
Real fast, a bid alternate is when the contractors bid the project, they're building the building as a total, and the bid alternates are options to actually help us quantify what those exact dollar amounts for those items are as we move forward with the project. So if, for example, the cost comes in lower, things of that sort, we can continually make decisions. If from the meetings, another aspect that maybe needs to be added to the project comes up, again, we have to have options for value engineering to make a decision at a later date, rather than confined to say, are we going to have this? Definitely yes, no, whatever these items are. We can make those decisions at that time, along with other items that may be identified throughout the project. But those are big box items that we wanted to quantify to actually have the exact amount of what they would cost. So it helps us actually identify exactly what a project actually costs.
Can you stay right there? Because I have a question for you as well. Since you talked about you all do construction and you shared a lot of the other projects you're working on, can you speak a little bit to where you're seeing renovations versus new projects and in the other places that you work?
Well, what we've seen here at DPS is when we have new construction, we get a lot of interest from subcontractors. The biggest thing that dictates prices, Mr. Davis said earlier, is our subcontractors. None of us in here actually have a shovel or a hammer or anything in our hand. We go out to the market. If we all know, all handymen and service contractors have every opportunity in the world to work anywhere they want to work. So when it comes down to the renovations cost, they're to a point where they say, okay, I don't know what's behind that wall. I kind of have an idea, but I'm going to make sure I add some renovation costs. So construction is dollar for dollar. Hand for nail is going to be exact same cost today. But the contractor is going to say, since there's nothing on this table, I know exactly what it's going to cost me to do the work. Since I don't have any idea what's going to be behind that wall, and the fact that renovation takes longer, they actually have to add in their labor costs. Because again, I'm paying an electrician $25 a day, 25 hours an hour today. If the job takes 3 years, I have to then say, okay, how much am I going to be paying my contractors in 3 years from now? Oh, $45 a day? Okay. And I don't know what I'm going to do. All right, when I bid this job, I'm going to bid it at $60 an hour just to cover myself, just in case there's something I don't have. Because again, our contracts don't allow our contractors to add to it unless we add work. So they have to protect themselves. And again, being a licensed general contractor myself, if you ask me to build your house, I'm gonna say X amount of dollars on your field. If you say build me a house, but you can't see what exactly the house is gonna be, then you have to add that cost. So renovation has that aspect of unseen circumstances, and it typically costs you, 15 to 25% more just on labor costs, because again, you don't know what you're getting into.
Thank you. That's helpful. I think this question is for Mr. Davis. We got some emails around tennis courts and athletic fields areas. So I just could you highlight a little bit why the choice to put the fields that are there versus not having tennis courts?
Yes, thank you for that question. So currently the existing DSA has a operating tennis. They play softball and baseball off-site. As we looked at the site planning, again, as a design team showcase, it is a very tight site. And so as we began to look, we originally had baseball on the site. But then as we started to refine and have community engagement about Title IX, we decided to have baseball and softball. And thus, because our portfolio is so vast, we have opportunities, should it be needed, for the northern existing high school that has tennis courts, as well as the existing DSA will have those tennis courts to a time yet to be determined of what we do with that school for educational purposes.
So currently, baseball and softball students at Durham School of the Arts are traveling
That is correct.
for their practices, I'm assuming, in games.
That is correct.
Okay, so that will be similar, just with a different team at this point in the new building.
And I think, I'm not a tennis player, but I think there are less students that will be impacted from moving to tennis versus a softball and baseball, which I think are 9 individuals. So, yes.
Thank you. That is helpful. I think one of the things that was helpful as you all talked through this, and you shared like every middle school teacher will have a classroom all day, and then some of the high school will float. And it feels like there maybe was a missing conversation in between. It feels like it might not have been, but some of the one of the public comment folks said we created a mock schedule and we couldn't figure it out, like how we would put our school into the new building. So I just want us to continue to talk with each other so that staff can figure out, oh, okay, I didn't see it before, but I can see it now, how this building fits. Just so I think there's some anxiety, it sounds like, around that. And it feels, I mean, you all are experts. You've built a lot of schools, so there's a lot of thought that has already went into this process. I'm going to pass it over to Ms. Chavez, and I might have a few closing remarks.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. Thank you for this presentation. One of the things that I thought was especially helpful was the slide about the comparison of costs with other schools in North Carolina that have been built. So yeah, thank you for that data. And I will say also, we have heard concerns from community members, and we have tried to address those with you all, ask a lot of questions, and a lot of different questions have come up, which makes sense because this is a very new project, new environment, a lot of change. So, people's classroom, whether teacher or student, is often like a home away from home. So it's, kind of really talking about changing that kind of second home environment in some ways. So I think, as other colleagues have said, I just want to say, I think it's important for us to continue to communicate, maybe make just a very clear communication plan about engagement with the community to make sure people feel informed going forward. And I know that there have been lots of conversations, and we want to keep that up to make sure people feel that they're a part of this process as we move forward. But I feel ready to support this, and I thank you for all the work that's gone into it, and we will continue to figure out what we need to do to move our other projects forward and support that work as well. So thank you.
I'll close this out. I think the design of the new school is beautiful, and I'm excited to see what it looks like in action, and just really appreciate the time and the dedication that you all put in talking with our educators and students and families. I think the other question that hasn't been maybe explicitly asked, but it's talked about, is what happens at the current site, right? We have a couple years till that happens. This new school won't be ready until fall 2026, but we know that we have a really engaged community that is interested in figuring that out too. And I would love to see our administration maybe even start thinking about having conversations in community with folks so we can start that process. We know it's a beloved site, and what can we do there that can help continue to have some of that love that we care for in that site, but also maybe have some new uses. So that is far down the line though, because the students won't leave that building until 2026. Any other questions or comments from board members? Ms. Byer.
Yeah, I just wanted to have you give a explicit conversation to the notion of the 4th floor and the change between the 4-story building and the 3-story building, and the number of classrooms that were moved to those interior corridors, if you don't mind.
Yes, as a part of our schematic design value engineering, we decided to be more efficient. In the original 4 stories, we had tremendous amount of unused space. And so the design team, along with the construction manager at risk, were able to be more efficient in the design and bringing some of the services from that main floor down to the 3rd floor. As it means for cost, if we were to revisit that fourth floor. Again, that would be additional time, as well as right now that cost was around 16 to 20 million. So it would further add additional funding to the project.
And so you all are not recommending that as a bid alternate?
Correct.
Which one is Jimmy? The dropping the floor was the type of corridor the project was. Before, when it was taller, it was a single loaded corridor. I mean, you had a wall to the exterior one side, you had classes on the opposite side. Myself and sat down and said, that's very inefficient. Let's drop it down to let's make them double loaded corridors where you have classes on both sides. So dropping that floor, we didn't lose any classrooms by dropping the floor. It visually looks different, but in all actuality, you went from classrooms on one side to classrooms on both sides, which brought the building down. So nothing changed. I know it's brought up a lot of conversation, but that's a discussion that we had made on the project manager staff, was to add 2 corridors rather than have a single classroom.
And let me
that's
further just make sure Mr. Stevens is very enthused, as 20 plus years of construction, so he provides you a little bit more detail. But we have over 40 plus years of design and construction experience. And so that alleviates any fear or concerns that we're not being efficient in our design, programming, and construction. And so I can assure you that we hear the community's concerns, we hear administrative concerns, and we're presenting to you all the information that is based on fact and real life experience.
Thank you for that. I think that clarity helps. I think what I hear you saying is those center classrooms, there used to be a hallway that was looking out the windows at the courtyard, and now there are classrooms on both sides of that hallway and that are all daylighted and on the interior as well. Is it time for a motion? Is it?
I don't have to.
Let's,
Okay.
we're
I
welcome.
move approval of the design development package that authorizes staff to move forward with construction document phase for DS.
Second?
So moved by Ms. Rogers and seconded by Ms. Byer. Is there any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Whew, all right. Keep it on rolling. The next item on our agenda is a budget resolution for 2023-2024. Mr. Lasore.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Mabenga. As we bring to you budget resolution this evening, this takes you off the continuing resolution that we had at the end of last year, saying we would spend at the same level and not anymore. The budget resolution does take us into the current fiscal year. Before I get into that, I just want to let you know that this week we received our second award for our Achievement of Excellence in Financial Reporting from the Governmental Finance Officers Association. So we're very excited about that. A lot of work goes into that, not just in finance, but across the district, in the schools, in the departments, within the administrative departments, to make this all happen. And it's about accountability and transparency that we're all about. So I just want to give you that bit of good news as we start the presentation. Annually, we have to bring this to you to ensure that we are starting our budget year off appropriately. It has to be a balanced budget. From that standpoint, that means revenues and expenditures are in agreement as you move forward. This is something that has to be approved by the board on an annual basis to begin what is really just the start of the budget. A lot of changes still yet to come. With the late budget passing in October, puts us in a situation again where things starting off are going to be changing at a later date. We're going to have adjustments from the state. We're going to have adjustments coming down constantly in the next 2 months. We have to start doing our information processing with the state regarding transfers for restart schools, transfers for our IFEs, our International Faculty Exchange, to provide the funding so that to support those programs. So all in all, we have a lot of different things that are just getting ready to start. And the important thing is that all these items are going to, I don't know what's going on with my computer tonight, which is going to be going on in the next 2 to 3 months as we get to the point of starting to talk about the new budget year as we go through the next budget cycle. Next slide, please. Just want to give you a few things that transpired in the state budget that came in late. Teachers and certified instructional staff beginning pay for teachers went from $37,000 to $39,000, $2,000 increase. That's more of a hit to the local side than it is to the state side because we pay our highest paid teachers out of the state funds. On average, year over year, the increase is about 4% is all that's happening across the board for that. They range from 2% to 7.7%. Based on licensure types of personnel. As far as that goes, it's all about years of experience, but the years of experience teachers did not get any sizable gains in their salary increases compared to the beginning levels. Again, psychologists, speech language pathologists, audiologists, they continue to get a $350 increase above the beginning teacher. They're getting it at a higher salary based on their salary schedule, but that is part of their overall salary schedule from the state. Assistant principals get 19% more based on the actual teacher salary schedule. Again, that's a 4% increase average. Principals, same 4% pay increase. July through December, they're based on their 22-23 average daily membership. And from that standpoint, they will continue to be there until next month, at which time the EVOS growth and scores will be used. And it also look at the average daily membership for the purpose of determining what level they'll be on. So they'll be on possibly increase in ADM or decrease in ADM has an effect on their salary. The growth scores have an effect on their salary as well. So it depends on if they met, not met, or exceeded. So those changes do go into effect in January. We're getting the data in now from the state, so we'll be moving forward and making those adjustments accordingly. Next slide, please. When we look at the classified staff pay raises, the state provided 4% salary increase for 22, 23, 24. Determined teacher bonuses are also out there based on the EVOS scores, top 25% in the state and top 25% locally will get bonuses. You also have CTE, AP, and IP test results that also earn staff, teachers bonuses as well. So those are all paid in January. So a lot of things, as I mentioned, we're going to be continuing to happen as we move forward. State determined principal bonuses. Again, top 50% of EVOS results statewide receive bonuses based on the 22, 23 scores. It's a one-time bonus ranging from the top 5% at $15,000 to top 50% at, what does that say, $1,000? I can't use my screen for some reason, so I'm reading from the staff. DPS determined staff bonuses. Remember, we provided one to use up the remaining ESSER funds in ESSER 2 funds of $1,500, and also that will be another bonus paid next week for the $500 that you approved at an earlier board meeting to ensure that staff was compensated well. So, I mean, it was a nice little gesture just before Christmas. It's gonna be just before Christmas. But anyway, it will be going out next week. Next slide, please. Other key items, benefit costs, again, have gone up. 25.02% for retirement rate. Employer health insurance did go up additionally up to 7,557 from 7,357 area. So it's just a continual increase next year. They projected the retirement rate to go down, which is kind of interesting. But they have another opportunity to make those adjustments. Health insurance is supposed to go up over $8,000 next year. Students with disability, again, we want to point out that they're only funding at our 13% of average daily membership because we have a cap on it. And we have over 14% of our students have IEPs. So it's important to remember that we're not getting full funding for our students at that point. We're one day they'll get the cap right and we'll get more additional funding. Also, your English learners, we always like to point out that the cap remains at 10.6% and we have over 15% English learners in the district. Instructional support changes. These are allotments that were one category. They're splitting them up into two. We used to be able to pay our counselors, teachers, psychologists out of one category. So we had many options to pay our highest paid people. Now they're splitting it. They're changing it. It's basically a 50-50 split. The reduction is going to be for creating a new one for psychologists and also counselors and social workers. They're looking at it as their approach to a mental health allocation. But it's not like they're giving us a lot of additional positions for that. They're just splitting it out, defining our opportunities or taking away our flexibilities to use the funding the way we need to use it. And that has been a continuous thing coming down from the state. So that is one big change that occurred this year in that regard. Next slide, please. I just wanted to put up teacher salaries so it'd be available to people, showing the beginning teacher salary schedule going up to $3,900. Again, locally, we are putting in $6,450 per beginning teacher. Therefore, giving an average salary of $45,450 per beginning teacher. From that standpoint, it's important to understand this year we're looking to increase the supplement, to ensure that our teachers are competitive with the surrounding counties. Next slide, please. As you remember, in the spring, we went to the county to receive additional funding. $10.8 million is what we were asking for. $9 million for salary increase, benefit increases for our classified salary study as well. And $1.8 million for charter schools. It was approved and we received all that funding, which is a great thing for the purpose of us moving forward. But the thing is, charter schools are costing us more and more each year. So getting the additional funding on top of the request is what we needed to put us in a better position as we move forward. There was one change that the General Assembly did this year. Virtual charter schools are actually getting the same per pupil amount as every other charter school and splitting it with the district. That's about a $450,000, $60,000 increase in charter school costs coming forward this year is anticipated. It all depends on the monthly enrollments that come in, but they were significantly higher this year overall from that standpoint. But I just wanted to point that out as well. Next slide, please. So this year, last year, we ended up having $9.6 million in fund balance. I'm only appropriating right at this time $1.5 million in this year's budget. We're increasing fund balance up to 10.95 is the estimate that we have right now, as we wind down our audit. With that said, a lot of it's due to our ability to have lap salaries and unspent funding from that standpoint on an annual basis. Excuse me. Next slide, please. So as we talk about the budget resolution, I mean, it's about the revenues that we expect to receive from the state, local, federal government, as well as our capital funding and our child nutrition funding as well. The state comprises of 55%, almost 56% of our overall general revenues. Local is 36.3% from that standpoint. Federal is at 7.9%. Capital is 64% of the special revenues. You got two different colors over there. The general fund, local and federal. Recurring is what we call our general funds, and the capital outlay funds are looked at as special revenues. And over there, you'll see that we have federal COVID revenues as well at $72 million this year that we are in the process of spending down by September 30th of 2024. Next slide, please. In the budget resolution, your budget is funding over 5,037 full-time positions. We keep adding some every day because of intervention needs at the schools, using ESSER funds to provide those types of positions, to spend down those dollars that we have to use for learning loss and ensure that we're in a good place. Teachers make up 47% of the full-time positions. Instructional support, another 23%, 16% for schools operational support personnel. Remember, for the most part, the state funds instructional positions. Operational positions are delegated to the local districts to support the local operations of supporting the schools in every way, shape, or form from that standpoint. So you have 3,118 that we're going to be paying from the state dollars. We got another 1,362 from local, and then you have some smaller numbers in the federal funds, etc. Majority of your positions are teachers, and then instructional support positions from that standpoint. So that's what your breakdown of your personnel look like across the district. Next question. Next slide, please. By budget resolution by expense and purpose, your expenses are looked at as your school-based support, instructional support positions. It's $391 million that we're spending for those types of positions. Capital improvements, we got about $213 million from that standpoint. Overall, you got over 3,855 positions in the schools, school-based services from that standpoint. And then you have the remaining in operational support, which are your custodians and operation positions to maintain our buildings. You also have administrative and instructional positions of 169. School planning services is your area that has child nutrition as well as bus drivers in it. And then you can see instructional technology has 53 positions as well, as we outline that, giving you your 5,037 positions. Next slide, please. By expense object, $301 million is going into salaries alone. Then you'll have benefits, which is another $120 million, and capital investments, which is your capital outlay, $237 million. Supplies and materials, we're showing at 58 million right now. Purchase services, which are your contracts, so on and so forth, another $57 million. So all in all, the majority of your funds, of course, are going into salary and benefits at over 78%, which has been normal for many, many years from that standpoint. Next slide, please. At this time, I'll entertain any questions. Again, this is up for approval so we can move the budget forward. And again, we'll be coming to you with budget amendments through the spring and into later towards the summertime. With the final one being in August is usually when we bring it to you to close out the budget.
Thank you, Mr. LaSour, for this thorough update. Board members, questions? Comments?
I would just offer gratitude to staff and especially recognize the award that you spoke of and all the meticulous detail that your team brings, and especially the payroll staff as they've kept up with all of these changes. And not to cut off anyone's discussion, but I would go ahead and make a motion that we approve the budget resolution for fiscal year 23-24.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Lewis. Is there any other discussion from board members?
I'm going to continue to just let the community know that I do not like that cap of 10.6% coming from the state for ESL students and also for our children with disabilities. Like, these caps are just, I mean, I'm going to continue to say that. And I think, you know, the allocations and salaries that we pay our staff, and the dedication that they show towards these, the most vulnerable in our school district. I can understand why we spend so much of our money. 54.4% of our entire budget goes to salaries, but it's 78% of non-capital. And I saw that, and that's a big amount, but it's worth it when we think about the limitations of what we can actually spend to support our vulnerable students. So I will just continue to lift that up and hope that there's going to be a day when that cap is not going to be there. That's actually my wish. If I can actually say no caps on students that are vulnerable. But I appreciate you bringing this information to us and always keeping that in mind, because I do have hope that one day that's not going to be a part of your report. And it's not something you can help. It's the state.
No, but I want to point it out each and every time we have an opportunity.
It's been moved and properly second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaSour. Board, I just wanted to take a point to recognize the hour is late. Dr. Bullock has stayed with us though, so I think we should do our LGBTQIA task force update, because you really have to do a last presentation with the board before you exit. And then I would ask if I need a motion to amend the agenda to move our resolution to the January agenda work session.
I'd like to make a motion to move the resolution about the Black and Hispanic Achievement Plan to the January work session.
Second. It's been moved by Ms. Chavez, seconded by Ms. Carter Alton. Is there any other discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
All right. Good evening, board. Dr. Mubenga. I won't be before you long. We just wanted the task force, on behalf of the task force, we just wanted to provide some brief updates on the work of the task force. And also, this is serving as an opportunity to also make sure our community is aware of the efforts that we are taking to, really work in advancing our LGBTQIA+ and gender supports policy. So I wanted to be able to provide you just, some brief updates on some of the work that we've been accomplishing on that task force. If you could go to the next slide, please. So to quickly review, and I know Dr. Giovanni also mentioned some of this in her presentation earlier. You know, we started convening, we named the LGBTQIA+ task force back in January after our board of education in January passed our policy. From there, DPS moved forward to create a committee tasked with strengthening and further developing the policy. So the Board of Education, along with Dr. Mubenga's cabinet, participated in multiple trainings to help participants deepen their understanding of the lives and experiences of people in the LGBTQIA+ community and to consider opportunities as policymakers. When I was named as one of the task force co-facilitators, my department immediately started our work to identify a co-facilitator. Late in the spring, we interviewed several individuals and named Niccolo Roditi as the co-lead for the group. Niccolo was here earlier and sharing some thoughts on the work of the task force and, you know, thinking about what the work will look like moving forward with me transitioning out of my role. Niccolo currently serves as the Assistant Director of the LGBTQ Youth Center of Durham and as a community development consultant. If we can go to the next slide. So the task force, the original topics for the task force included identifying available resources, suggesting strategies and tactics for curriculum, recommending opportunities, and prioritize topics for professional development. One of the ways that has manifested in DPS is our Equity 601 training focused on creating safer spaces for our LGBTQIA+ students and staff, and also sharing logistical considerations and experiences regarding students, such as family, school, relationships, bathroom use, accessibility, and other policy topics. If we can go to the next slide. We've also been working on team building within the group and promoting intersectionality, awareness, and inclusion, and providing feedback on information shared by the administration regarding opportunities and constraints in implementing aspects of the policy. We're also hearing and responding to updates on the impact of state and federal legislation, regulations, and court rulings on DPS. Next slide, please. So as we've been participating in these sessions in the fall, we've engaged in a number of activities. We've done some deep analysis of the current policies. We did a SWOT analysis to gauge the strengths of our current policy, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Of course, thinking about, you know, threats beyond Durham, beyond DPS that might hinder the implementation of the policy. We have also had discussions of ideas in the policy that stand out, things that we're already implementing. It's been really useful to have teachers, media coordinators, principals at the table to share things that are already happening, things that are working, and things that we can build upon. We've had discussions of queer history to better understand significant people in the LGBTQ community. There's been an opportunity for us to talk about intersectionality and people who shared multiple historically marginalized identities, and for the task force to really grapple with that intersectionality and thinking about, you know, students that identify as LGBTQ in our district, where we have seen in our data that over 70% of our LGBTQ identifying students are students of color. We've also ideated the vision of the task force and what our impact can be to create safer spaces for LGBTQ identifying students and all students from historically marginalized communities. And we've also done an analysis of LGBTQ resources from school systems across the country. Next slide, please. And so based on our discussions as a task force, there has been advocacy around providing updates on the work of the task force. Again, we've been meeting all semester, but we really thought it was important to let the Durham community know that this task force is existing, we're meeting, we're getting great attendance. The majority of our board has participated in multiple meetings. And also just to think about making sure people are aware of the potential topics and resources for professional learning, knowing that, you know, we're thinking about where we can go from here as far as district-wide professional learning, and making sure that we don't become stuck in what we've already done, but continue to push forward. We've also been considering strategies like posting resources, graphics, infographics in schools to celebrate diversity and create safer spaces for all students. Just thinking about, you know, there's so much we're learning about our students and their experiences, whether they be a part of the LGBTQ community or students of color or other historically marginalized communities. And what can we do to put information up to show more love, more support, kind of flood our schools with just this support, with the diversity that we have the benefit of enjoying as DPS. And finally, continuing to think about within the policy, we've named the identification and training of at least one faculty or staff member at each school to serve as a support person or a liaison for our LGBTQ plus students. What movement can we make? Even in the midst of current legislation, what are some of the things that can be done to continue to move this work forward? So again, we have noted that there are a number of things that can and should be done, and we can continue to move those things forward despite some challenges we may be experiencing. So next slide is just a thank you. Now I open the floor for any questions you may have or not. You know.
Thank you, Dr. Bullock, for your work on the task force, and to all the task force members who show up Tuesday on the evening after work to lend their expertise, their thoughts, and their lived experiences. Any questions or comments, board members? Ms. Chavez?
I would just take this opportunity to thank you for your leadership in this realm. As one of the last things that you have worked on in this role, I really appreciate it, and being able to overlap with you in this setting for this time. But I look forward to what we'll do, you know, moving forward. And I'm very grateful that we've had this task force at this time, that everything kind of came together time-wise, as we dealt with the with SB 49 and all of that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Byer?
Also, just gratitude upon gratitude for your leadership and for your bringing your expertise into this space with such love and care. These are not really questions for you because we'll miss you. But maybe Dr. King, Dr. Mbenga, I think some of the points that folks made tonight are really important ideas that have been brought forth about some way for anonymous reports to be made of concern, about identification and listing of all the GSAs, QSAs, and who's the contact at each school, where those exist, and highlighting and celebrating those. What was the third? And then clear procedures on this notification in ways that can continue to keep students safe. I know, Dr. Giovanni, you told us at the task force you were working on an infographic that the whole committee loved, and you have that sort of drafted with your team. So that might be exciting for others to hear about too.
That is correct, Mrs. Byer. And the next meeting was initially scheduled on the night of Evening to Shine, February 20th, 2024. Just a shout out for Evening to Shine. So we will be moving that meeting, but it'll be ready. I'm actually going to work with, if you recall, some of the task force members to kind of get a final draft to bring it to the next task force meeting. But we do have that draft almost finalized. Thank you.
Great. It was nice, clear language and very accessible to everyone. As far as co-leadership, have you all had a chance to have that difficult conversation yet? And
so we all know that the position of Dr. Bullock has been posted. Next month, I think, as we go into the process of finding the replacement, Dr. King will bring you interim position that will be able to sit on the place of Dr. Bullock while we're going through the interview process or selecting the right person. So we're gonna have a plan in January.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Ms. Valladares.
Dr. Bullock, thank you for bringing this to us. And I will note that this is, a presentation that includes the work that has happened up until this point. And we talked about like the timeline of like reports, and sometimes like at the end, there's like presentations, but you made sure that, that the folks in the community knew what had happened and transpired. And so it's earlier on in the process. And I just thank you for that intentionality and that care. And I also feel I will be remiss if I don't say like, so much work, the guidelines that you crafted, even before we had the policy, even before we had the task force. There's been work that you've done for years to elevate and make sure that equity is a part of everything that we do. And so I just want to commend you also for the ways that you have, continued to just pivot in whatever ways, to keep kids safe and to highlight intersectionality, which is a very important thing. So I just thank you for that. And I also, I feel it sad that you're not going to be in this role anymore, but you have also, you're Durham all the way, and you've said you are here. And so you are here. And I guess, that's something we can talk in a different setting in terms of what that might look like. Dr. Bullock is here, in the community, right? But yeah, just a lot of gratitude and a lot of love. A lot of us have learned so much from you and your dedication. And so this presentation is one of many presentations that you've given to us. And I just wanted to just show my appreciation for all the work that you've done and the ways you have built a department from scratch, and have been doing this work for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nope. Further comments. Thank you, Dr. Bullock, for your leadership. We really appreciate you. We look forward to seeing you in different ways as a parent and community member and continued advocate for our students. So thank you.
All right. Thank y'all.
All right, board, I'll take a motion to go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
So moved.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Valladares. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. And with that, we are in closed session. We're back in open session. Dr. Mabinga, excuse me, before we go to Dr. Mabinga, I have another business to take care of.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion to amend the closed session motion previously made to add for the purpose of formulating school safety plans pursuant to General Statute 143-31811A8, and to amend the agenda to add an open session item to approve the school system safety plans.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Rogers. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. Dr. Mabinga?
Madam Chair, I'm here to seek your approval for the personnel report as discussed in the closed session.
Move approval of the personnel report dated December 14th, 2023.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Valladares. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please use the same sign.
Aye.
Excuse. It passes 6-1. With that, we are adjourned. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
The safety plan?
A second.
Sorry, we need to can you have Ms. Byers?
Move approval of General Statute 143.
No.
Okay, move approval of the school system safety.
Second.
It's been moved that we approve the school system safety plans, seconded by Ms. Byers. Is there any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. And with that, we are adjourned. Have a happy winter season and happy new year, y'all. We'll see you in 2024.